Okay, I am back. Let's see what's going on here. Let's move over to the room. Boop, here we are. Make sure this is all sorted out. A little bit behind. I had to do some last second chores around the house. We had kind of a last second dinner, and I had to take care of the kitty cats type of stuff. We have like a routine thing. One of my cats has to have medicine. Give it to him every 12 hours. It's on kind of like a tight, it's like a tight kind of like timer basically. There it is. I was waiting for the raid, so I didn't want to get too invested deep in talking about the game and getting into it and whatnot too soon. I want Pumpkin to be here for that, and everyone else. Oh, Pumpkin Synth, how you doing? It's not like I just saw you like 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago. I have to introduce myself. Uh-oh, he put me on the spot now. I am MeenaCrowe. I play retro FPS video games, mostly on streams. I like to play them and kind of dissect them and all that stuff. I also do some game development and game art a little bit as well. I hope everyone's doing well today. I am Demon Nun, video gamer. And I've got some cranberry juice today. Is it hot today? Wasn't too hot today for me. So thank you for the follow. Also, Curbs, thank you for the follow as well. That alert did not go off earlier because I was on the starting screen. It's 104, damn. That's pretty high. I don't think it ever got that hot for me this summer, but it got pretty close to that. But today we're going to be playing, and for the next like few streams, we're going to be playing Killing Floor and Killing Floor adjacent content, basically, which is basically the mods and the retail versions. So you may have heard of Killing Floor. It is a little known Unreal Tournament 2004 mod that was made by a single developer originally. There's actually more to it than that. I did a little bit of research kind of leading up to doing this stream basically, but my plan is to basically, we're going to play this 1.0 version. That's going to be predominantly what we're going to cover today, is the 1.0 version of the mod. And then future streams, it's kind of like when I did my, last year I did like my Halo Killer kind of marathon, which got interrupted by weather, unfortunately. We had a big disastrous weather event last year that kind of just threw me off course for that one, but I guess this is my first kind of like, for this year, kind of recurring event, basically, or mini event. Also, thank you for the gift subs, Machina. We'll get 5 Howie Screams to that. Yeah, last year we did a Halo Killer marathon where I kept trying to play kind of like PS2 and like Xbox era FPS games that I guess were either classified as Halo Killers or games that were kind of Halo Killer adjacent, where you kind of argue that they're, you know, hitting those kind of conventions that you would normally see in a Halo Killer game, basically incorporating Halo elements. I meant to get the Killzone. I never got to it though. I only ended up I played Halo for baseline, and then I played I think like 2 or 3 games that were kind of Halo Killer or Halo Killer adjacents basically, and then I took a little break from them because those are exhausting. A lot of those are exhausting games to play. And then during my like break of it, I got caught off guard by the hurricane, which threw everything off course. I didn't get the stream for basically like over a month basically, so that kind of sucked. I just never got back on course to it basically because they're not a lot of them are not very fun games to play. But yeah, for this year, this is the first like kind of, did I play King's Hill? I don't think I played King's Hill this year. This is my first kind of like series of streams, I guess, that I'm doing. I've heard of Haze. Yeah, that was a PS3 Halo Killer. It's by Free Radical. That was like Time Splitters devs, I'm pretty sure. That was one of the Halo Killers that also flopped that I think pretty much killed the Halo killer killed Free Radical, basically, unfortunately. But yeah, back to Killing Floor. We're gonna play 1.0 today, and I will probably do all of 1.0 or most of 1.0 today. It actually has a campaign, which does not exist in any other iteration of Killing Floor aside maybe the retail version of Killing Floor 1. I think has like quote-unquote like story missions, basically, which is not really a campaign, but it's more of like missions that have like objectives, basically. And I guess there's a little bit of like story or lore or whatever that's kind of explored maybe a little bit in those. I actually never played those. Those came out very late in Killing Floor 1's life, so I don't really know what those are like exactly. I might get to those whenever I get the Killing Floor 1 retail, but aside that, yeah, Killing Floor 1.0 mod is the only one that has like a campaign, basically. None of the other versions, like 2.0, 2.5, which are the other future mod releases of Killing Floor, they do not have the campaign, and their story is changed quite a bit as well. Like whatever like kind of background like lore there is in Killing Floor, it kind of changes beyond the 1.0 version. So Killing Floor 1.0 is kind of its own kind of unique thing that's very different than pretty much every iteration beyond it. I would say that 2.0 onward kind of sets probably the most consistent standard for Killing Floor, and it's like, I would say like background basically, and maybe its aesthetic is a bit more solidified there. So 1.0 is kind of an interesting, unique one to kind of tackle. How to find out about Killing Floor 1? ModDB. I guess that's about the best answer I could give. When I was younger, I was very much into mods for games, because in the early 2000s, and when I was younger, access to new games wasn't always super easy, basically, where if you wanted a new game, it was basically like, I mean, I don't have money, so I'd have to ask parents or someone to like buy me a game, basically. I didn't really like doing that all the time. But mod communities were like booming in the early 2000s with like Half-Life, Unreal Tournament, Quake, etc. There's a lot of mods for a lot of different games, and so it was kind of like having access to free games, basically, where you could own a game and then you could, you know, look up mod communities and you would find all sorts of like cool mods that change things in the games, basically. So at that age, for me, it was kind of like it's like an arcade, basically, where you you just find access to other mods and then you can download them and basically play borderline new games, or in the case of Total Conversions, like something like Killing Floor, it basically is a new game. So at that age, I was very on top of mods, basically, and ModDB was a site that I was pretty active on. I was on there, looking, just always looking, scouring for like mods for the games I was playing. Most of the mods I was playing were Half-Life, Half-Life 2, Unreal Tournament 2004, Quake 3, Hype Chest. What is this? Wow, I got an emote. Choo choo. Thank you. But yeah, I found out about Killing Floor very likely through just looking on ModDB front page, and anytime there's like mod updates, they would pop up on like the front page, and I'm watching mods for the games I was playing, and Unreal Tournament 2004 was one of those. There's a lot of cool mods for Unreal Tournament 2004. Some of the others being Alien Swarm, which is now the Valve game Alien Swarm. That was originally a UT 2004 mod. Red Orchestra, that was also a UT 2004 mod. Killing Floor. I'm trying to think of some others. I don't know about any others that became retail games. There's also Out of Hell, which I'll talk about a little bit here soon, which I actually played on stream, I think last year or the year before. There's a lot of relevancy to Out of Hell with Killing Floor. And that is also intended. I know the guy who made Out of Hell is also planning to release it as a standalone game. He's like remaking it, basically. Who made original Killing Floor again? I know he went on ModDB by the name of AJ Quick, which I think is just his name. I think his name's Alex Quick, I'm pretty sure. And yeah, he was basically the original creator of Killing Floor. So I'll get a little bit into the history now based on some of the research I kind of did before doing this stream. Some actually interesting things about this 1.0 release of Killing Floor. So it originally started as a, I believe he said it was like a Battlefield Vietnam mod or something. Like he originally had some other developers he was working with, and the intention was to basically create a multiplayer 28 days later themed mod. Basically, that's one of the things about Killing Floor is I've always heard over the years that, you know, it was like based on 28 Days Later, or that, you know, 28 Days Later was a big inspiration, which I always like. I kind of knew that because of the London setting. It's very like Killing Floor is very British, basically, which is much like 28 Days Later, where, you know, it's a derelict, rundown London, basically. So I always like knew there was some sort of like, you know, 28 Days Later thing kind of going into Killing Floor a bit, basically. But I actually didn't know how like deep it actually ran, where it was originally a mod that was meant to be a 28 Days Later theme multiplayer mod, and apparently he was a modeler. Like he joined a team that was started by some other developers. That I believe the other developers are actually British. They were living in the UK. The creator of Killing Floor is not British, but the people who started this initiative were, and they wanted to be a 28 Days Later themed mod. And I guess at some point they moved over to UT 2004 instead of Battlefield. And I don't know what exactly happened, but basically it kind of came down to where only one person was working on Killing Floor, basically, which is, you know, AJ Quick. And so it basically, you know, even though he didn't start it, it's basically his project. He did most of the work just by himself, and from that point forward, like Killing Floor was always like his like personal project. He has other contributors to it, mostly the musicians. There was, I believe, 2 musicians in the original 1.0 version of Killing Floor, which when we get into it, I can identify like which tracks. Most of the tracks I can identify who did which songs. But there's 2 musicians, which I think one of them, I don't know why, but one of the musicians dropped off. I don't know if it was creative differences or what happened exactly, but Synthetic ends up being like the kind of the sole musician for the later versions of Killing Floor, from what I remember. And then I believe in 2.5, I think he had a programmer give him some assistance with developing the mod. I do remember that was a thing that happened at some point. So it's mostly his project, him working by himself, but he does have a few contributors also to the project. But that's a bit of the kind of like where Killing Floor started. I think it took him about, I don't know, like around like a year to release the 1.0 version of Killing Floor. I remember the article saying that he worked on it like by himself, like straight for like 9 months, basically. That was prior to its launch, so I don't know how much time it actually took to release the 1.0 version, but I feel like he did a lot of work and managed to get out a pretty damn cool like little vertical slice like game in a relatively short amount of time. Like UT 2004 came out, what month did it come out? I'm actually curious what the release date is. March 16, 2004. So Killing Floor 1.0 released August 31st, 2005. That is basically in about a week. Yeah, like a week and a half almost. It'll be the 20th year anniversary of Killing Floor 1.0, basically, which is kind of crazy that this mod is about 20 years old. And so, yeah, I feel like if UT 2004 came out in March 2004, it's like basically he would have cranked out Killing Floor 1.0 in just around like a year, basically, which is crazy. Greatest style of game. Had anything else like done it before? I know that people said, or people have acted like COD Zombies came first. Now, that's the thing. I just remember when Killing Floor 1 came out in 2009, like the retail version, that I saw some people kind of accusing it as like this game's just a COD Zombies ripoff, basically. That was just some comments I would see on the internet around that time, but the concept of Killing Floor, like, it's originally a mod, so I don't think that, I don't know. Killing Floor is definitely not a COD Zombies ripoff, and I don't know if COD Zombies is inspired by Killing Floor either. It's hard to say, really. I feel like Killing Floor had a little bit of a presence on ModDB. Also, thank you for the follow. I feel like it had a little bit of presence on ModDB, but it's hard to say how much presence it overall had on, like, game industry people. I know that people in the game industry, I am sure that they, you know, look around and find mods and see what, like, communities and stuff are doing, but it's really hard to say how much of that is, like, you know, actually directly influencing, like, you know, retail releases of games, basically. So I don't know, maybe it's possible, but I would say the common things between COD Zombies and Killing Floor is that it's wave defense. You know, you're surviving rounds where you're shooting zombies, and that you gain money from killing the zombies, and then you buy weapons, basically. That's kind of the two overlapping things. I don't feel like it's a entirely, like, super unique concept, basically, but I also don't think it's a concept that's, like, explored that much either. It's like, it's very arcadey, basically. It's arcade kind of design, and you know, both of them have that kind of thing going on. So I don't know, it's hard to say. There's similarities, but I feel like it's hard to, like, patent, like, yeah, I'm going to patent the concept of shooting zombies in a wave defense mode, basically. Like, I don't know, there might even be other games before, like Killing Floor, that did that. I don't know of any examples, but I wouldn't be surprised. But yeah, there's similarities between them. I'm just not entirely convinced that, like, one is, like, derivative of or, like, influence the other, basically. So it's hard to say. I don't know. Design's great. Have base game taste. Half-Life 1 grenade sounds great. Thank you. Yeah, I love the Half-Life 1 explosion. I had funny timing yesterday where I fired a rocket in Unreal Tournament, and the moment it hit the ground, like, someone followed me, so it's like the UT rocket launcher became the Half-Life explosion, which I thought was funny. So it's technically man versus machine in TF2 now. Yes, that's a thing too, where it's like a wave mode where you kill robots and then gain money and then buy stuff, basically. I think it's an underrated type of game. Like, I love like horde defense mode type of stuff, and like stuff like that. Mercenaries from Resident Evil. Like, I always like stuff like that. Machines are powered by money. Oh, is that why they drop money? Is because that's what powers them? That's kind of funny. There's something else I was going to say, too, and I've lost my train of thought. If anyone told me to play the Horde mode from Space Free 2, have you heard that? Well, I like the concept of Horde modes, but I feel like you can do them right and wrong. It's all about the execution, basically. I feel like when they're executed well, like, they're like really, really fun. Though I am, like, they did add that, new mode to Space Marine 2, didn't they? Where it's like it didn't always have a Horde mode. That's like a new thing. I am curious to try that, at least. I don't know. Based on what, or like how he was describing it, it seemed like it could be interesting. So, I mean, I'm open to trying it. Yeah, that's a Kubra quote. That's not a Vinny quote. I also want to do. I grabbed some imagery also. I'll pull some images up here. Before we go into Killing Floor 1.0, I got like a little bit of image slideshow we can kind of go through. This is our mood board, basically, of like things that, like, I feel like, based on some of it's speculatory, but I think a lot of it is based on what you know, kind of the history of this mod is, and things that kind of inspired it. Is that first and foremost is 28 Days Later. So the whole thing is that, yeah, it started as a 28 Days Later theme mod, basically. I think it was always intended to be multiplayer. There's something about it being like there'd be two teams, or it was like infected versus survivors or something. I don't know if it was like a multiplayer, like PvP, like there were zombie players versus like survivor players. I can't really find too much information about that, or if it was just always just meant to be like a kind of like defense or like survival mode or something like that. But it was always intended to be multiplayer, which makes it interesting that there is a single-player campaign in this 1.0 version, because I think he always intended it to be like a multiplayer themed kind of game. But yeah, there is a unique campaign to this, and visually, and I would say setting and some key kind of like moments that happens in the Killing Floor 1 campaign, I feel like is drawn pretty heavily from 28 Days Later, which I have some pictures here. 28 Days Later, which could use this as reference. Once we're in the game, we'll be able to see some of these comparisons. This is a still from the movie, which takes place in London. Killing Floor is also in London, in an abandoned city where you walk around and everybody's gone and dead, basically. One of the cool things in the campaign is there's like this moment where you go to a church, basically, and I saw this shot from 20 Days Later recently. There's a shot in the church where the first like infected that he runs into are there, and there's a moment. I'll actually just say when I get there. There's a moment in the single player that has to do with the church, basically. So we're just getting through this mood board, basically, to give this give you reference once we're like actually in the game, basically. This moment in the church. I got some graffiti here. This is also in the church. And 28 Days Later, we get some thematic stuff. We got gun. This is 28 Days Later gun here. There's a gun in Killing Floor that you might recognize once we're in there. Yelling out to your teammates in the church. Yeah, we're talking about alpha response now. Very pivotal moment. And then, another, yeah, I was also mentioning too, Out of Hell. I want to get into Out of Hell as well. So around the time he was developing this too, he was in talks with and was friends with the creator of Out of Hell mod, Chicken and Ribs Combo, who was also making a zombie-themed Unreal Tournament 2004 mod, kind of simultaneously as he was making Killing Floor. So Killing Floor is more the multiplayer focus. Out of Hell was meant to be like a single player, kind of like Resident Evil kind of inspired mod, kind of first and foremost. But I believe from what I remember is that I think they were friends, and I think he was kind of giving him some assistance, like Chicken and Ribs was assisting him in, I guess, some maybe like pointers and tips and kind of things to help him get off the ground and stuff like that. But one of the things is like the visual style of Out of Hell as well. I can only find some really bad, like low-res early pictures of Out of Hell. This is around like 2006, so I couldn't find any screenshots earlier than this, but there supposedly used to be some, like, I think there's like some magazine scans and stuff out there of Out of Hell, kind of around from like 2005, 2004-ish area. But I remember reading that he was heavily inspired also by Out of Hell during the development of Killing Floor. I believe in its like visual style as well, and kind of the kind of mood that it kind of gives. Some other screenshots of Out of Hell. This is also around 2006, so it's a bit later screenshots than what would be kind of relevant at the time, but this is as early back as I can find. Here's a 2012 screenshot, I believe. Scale this up because it's a higher res. Those other ones are little tiny ones, but it's Out of Hell from like 2012, I believe, or around the time it actually came out, basically. So this is a bit more recent compared to those 2006 screenshots, but you can kind of see the kind of like moody mood of this. The kind of like almost like Resident Evil, like OG kind of Resident Evil 2, Resident Evil 3, kind of like city streets kind of feel to it. It's really visually busy, kind of gritty, lots of clutter and gunk, dust, broken like glass, newspapers and stuff like that. Yeah, the chaotic, messy city. I love that, and that's one of the things like I love in Out of Hell, is drawing from those old like Resident Evil kind of vibes, which also have more for the mood board. Got some Resident Evil 2. Here's for reference here. Resident Evil 2 city streets. Got this like garbage, busted glass, fire, super like crunchy, chaotic kind of derelict city kind of vibe going on here. Some Resident Evil 2, Got one from Resident Evil 3 here. This is one of my favorite like shots from Resident Evil 3. This is from a I don't know if it's like an upscaled one or something like that. This looks too high res to be what's on like the PlayStation 1. So it's either upscaled or it's like a, I don't know, maybe like a high res render that someone was able to pull from somewhere. But it's OG RE3. Same kind of vibe here, like just absolutely like trashed city basically. Got that. There's another shot here too. That's just the vibes. The original Resident Evil's the kind of Raccoon City as a location just had so much character to it. Just felt really gritty and like just some bad shit has gone down. And then one last thing too, and I think this is a thing very relevant specifically to Killing Floor 1, is Silent Hill. Also, I think there's some Silent Hill inspiration in the 1.0 version of Killing Floor, and that comes to its Otherworld kind of look. This is Otherworld in like Silent Hill 1 here, where it's this very hostile looking environment. It's very warm lit and very also cluttered, kind of cluttery, busy, gross looking, dingy, and very uninviting, very unappealing kind of looking. It's a place that like you don't want to be. It's that whole thing of like, I think I really love in like horror games, especially like Silent Hill and some other specific games, is like I love the concept of kind of like hostile environments where just the world itself feels very uninviting, basically, where you are in a unfriendly place that is not accommodating to you, basically, and you're trying to survive in a place that doesn't want you to be there, basically. Like this feeling of like just being somewhere you're not supposed to be. That to me is like one of the key things in horror that like I really like, and I feel like this adds so much to like atmosphere and tension, is whenever like you can get an atmosphere of just the very like ground you're standing on feeling like it like hates you, basically. Like I love that. That is like key like Silent Hill atmosphere to me. So that's basically the mood board that we're kind of going through for Killing Floor 1, which once we're in, we can kind of call back to those things, basically, and now you have it as kind of a reference, and I might pull them back up again too for like direct comparisons. But I think we should just go ahead and get into it. We'll have more to say once we're in. So again, this is a Unreal Tournament 2004 mod. Okay, BRB for real. Now it's the real time for you to be right back. Let's see if we can get it to grab too. I might run into some weird issues also. I had to do... I mentioned it yesterday. I had to do some like kind of tests also with the audio. I have a console command. I need to go copy paste this real quick. So we're gonna get to a moment where our ears are gonna get blasted unless I put in this console command. Okay. Yeah, so we're in UT, but I'm gonna go to user mods. Killing Floor 1.0. Survival horror themed multiplayer total conversion. So that's one of the things is like, I think a very standout thing about Killing Floor, all the way back to its like 1.0 version, up until I think Killing Floor 1 was the last point in time when they were using the term, is they call it survival horror. And I feel like this might be a little bit loud. What the hell? Okay. Why am I getting two audios looping over? Alright, hang on, let me get in and out of here real quick. Why is there two songs overlapping? Make sure I don't have two instances running. Okay, I don't. That was very weird. That has literally never happened. Now it's too quiet, I think. then whenever you click the music, it like it resets the menu song back to the original U2004. Okay. We're just testing the audio levels here. Is this loud enough? I think this is good. Okay. So, yeah, we're in the menu here. It's Unreal Tournament 2004 mod. What was I gonna say? Like a little bit louder. Maybe we'll do 2.2, but this is gonna be irrelevant once we're actually in the game, because then I can't micro adjust the audio anymore, except in the multiplayer part. Oh yeah, survival horror. They stopped using the survival horror term for Killing Floor post Killing Floor 1, like the retail version of Killing Floor 1. It's lagging my model. All right, let me do some tests real quick. I might have to run it in windowed mode. Close out a few things so I can save some memory. I don't know why it's doing this exactly. Whenever I'm tabbed out, it's fine. Yeah, it's lagging my model. It's a classic Unreal Engine thing. This is Unreal 2.5 engine. It seems like Unreal Engine games always have weird issues like this for me. Let me try windowed mode. It's still happening. This might be maybe it's a VSync thing too or something. It's weird because Unreal Tournament 2004 like baseline wasn't doing this. Yeah, this seems fine now. Yeah, this game shouldn't be lagging my PC that hard because this is an old game. This is Killing Floor music that you're hearing now. If I click the music volume, it changes back to the U2004 menu music, which is why I was like exiting into the training in and out. Yeah, this is original Killing Floor 1.0 menu song, which I believe this track was not Synthetic. This was the other composer. I think it's whoever this is, Rhythmatic, I think. Synthetic had a few tracks in this 1.0 version. I think he was a little bit more prominent like the later versions of Killing Floor. I'm trying to remember what I was going to say. Lost my train of thought again. Yeah, survival horror. they call this survival horror. That's the point I was trying to get into also. I'm like scatterbrained right now. Yeah, I like Synthetic's music a lot. As the later versions go on, it kind of like becomes less of this composer and more of Synthetic, basically. And their styles are similar, but a little bit different. I'll go ahead and boot into training here, but yeah, he referred to this mod as like a multiplayer survival horror, and I think the main point I'm trying to get is that regardless if you describe Killing Floor as a survival horror or not, or if you want to, get to the nitty-gritty argument of like, what defines something as survival horror or not survival horror, I think the point is that like the overall vibe and like kind of design of the game, I think, shifts away from that kind of like survival horror feeling and a little bit more into just kind of like an action, like a horror themed action game, basically, which you could probably argue that from the get-go Killing Floor is an action horror. It's a horror themed action game, basically, which I wouldn't really disagree with you. But the fact that he's like calling it a survival horror, and that even like Killing Floor 1 retail is still called like cooperative survival horror, I think to me is one of the like key kind of like pillars of like what makes Killing Floor kind of what it is, basically, and why like Killing Floor 2 onward is kind of shifting in a different direction, basically. And even Killing Floor 1 retail shifts pretty drastically in a different direction. And I would argue as Killing Floor 1 retail life cycle kind of went on, that it was moving away from that more grim, dark, like edgy horror, kind of more into like fun, cartoony kind of horror, basically. But yeah, remember the Silent Hill mood board. This is what I mean about the vibe of Killing Floor 1. It feels very like I am in Silent Hill Otherworld. We are in we're in a very hellish kind of environment, basically, which it's not really ever explained why it feels or looks this way, but holy crap, like it has a mood to it, basically. Let's see if I'm lagging still. I think the lag is moving out. Yeah, this is just the training that gives you the kind of basics here. Rules of shooting range. Use a weapon provided, score direct hits on the 3 targets. You have several seconds before the gates close. Press the button on the opposite wall to begin. So let's grab the Winchester rifle. This is later called a lever action rifle, probably to avoid copyright with, you know, Winchester's an actual gun company. But here it is. It's the lever action rifle. Success. You get no crosshair in this version also, and you get no aim down sights. You just gotta shoot in the middle of your screen. Yep, it's just hip firing, that's it. Your shots will land in the middle of your screen. The grenade room. Using the grenades provided, toss a single grenade into the pipe. You have several seconds before the gates close. Press the button on the opposite wall to begin. Simple enough. Holding the fire key down longer before releasing will, yeah, it makes it throw further. So this is a half-life grenade, basically. So we did not have quick grenades. This was a dedicated weapon, basically. Nice. That thing bounces straight back. There we go. Success. Alright, hopefully they give me a med kit, because when you're low health, you move slower, which is also a mechanic that exists in Killing Floor 1 retail. Once you're like almost dead, you are like super slow. In fact, I might not be able to do this jump part. Yeah, this is a stock breathing sound. I don't think I can actually jump. Yeah, I'm gonna have to restart this because I'm low health. You probably should have put a med kit or 2 in there. Yeah, it's a stock breathing sound. I've heard that in many places. I thought the target range is like shooting garbage cans. There we go. Nice. It's like this is our training academy that's in the Silent Hill Otherworld. They teach us some platforming. It's like a genuine campaign of like a narrative, etc. Yes. It has like an actual like campaign. It's not super robust or long, but it has one. I think it's mostly there to like kind of teach the player kind of the mechanics of the game, basically. I feel like that's why he did it. Retail? No. There's no campaign. In fact, there's no campaign in any of the other versions of Killing Floor. It's only in this original 1.0 version of Killing Floor. Here's some more like Otherworld kind of motif stuff. We got a freaking fan. Got baseball bat. I'm pretty sure there's a baseball bat 28 days later. That's probably why it's a weapon. It's also exclusive to 1.0. There's no other baseball bats in any of the other versions, I don't believe. And so like Killing Floor, all the way up to retail, when you melee, it's good to hit and kind of jump back. There we go. It's a Silent Hill inspired bot or something. I'm highly convinced that Killing Floor 1's got some Silent Hill inspiration in it. There's ways to take it away, but I guess they decided the value, the replay value, be the multiplayer. Yeah, I think it's that it also just wasn't compatible in the other versions. I think he just didn't feel like remaking it, basically, because he essentially replaces all the assets. When you go from 1.0 to 2.0, the game looks completely different. Every asset is pretty much replaced. I forget to save in this game. You can't save, unfortunately. When you die, it just restarts the level, basically. It's kind of like Out of Hell. There's no save system. But I'm pretty sure that's why he only did the campaign in 1.0s, because I don't think he just felt like doing all the assets over again for the single player and just decided to focus entirely on the multiplayer component. You can also see our player. These are Unreal Tournament models, but you got 3 skins for the character model. I think the urban one's cool. I like urban camo a lot. I thought the player model was kind of kind of interesting. Like we don't look human in this version of Killing Floor. It's like we have like glowing red eyes or something. It's kind of interesting. But as you go from 1.0 to like 2.0, you also see the quality of his work. He also gets better in the later versions. He definitely gets better at like modeling and texturing and animating and whatnot. All right, intro. Open the... Okay, I have my audio command also ready to go, because the music will get very loud at points, and I'll need this console command. Disaster response team was hatch combat. I'm missing it. Charged to hold in the heart of the city. The outbreak had began. Now designated only the quarantine. They're outnumbered, uninformed about the nature of what they were about to do battle with. Mission was to hold London, or the mission to hold London was an utter failure. There's a 50 cal there, which I think was planned to be a usable weapon at some point, but I think he scrapped it in 2.0. The stench out over the city in the weeks that followed. ... Oh, like the bodies are like twitching. It's so cool. It was a grim testament to this. In this version, it was a infection. Also, later versions changed them to they're like bioengineered clones, basically. There's no disease or like virus spread or anything like that. If you reach other survivors, you may have a hope of escaping. Alright, so we got pistol with the flashlight. This is still a key weapon in Killing Floor. It's a 9mm with the flashlight. We have fists. That's our weapons. We just got pistol and fist to start with. But we are in West London. If you're familiar with Killing Floor 1's West London, this is the same level. So this is where it all started. This is Killing Floor 20 years ago. How's it gonna look at this an idol? There's kind of a thing in early like 2000s and like 90s games where I guess a lot of developers just like the idea of like having an idle animation instead of your gun being completely like stiff on your screen, that they just have some like fidgety animation. It's a little bit like maybe too overly distracting. Ah, handgun ammo. This guy's not twitching. Is this less filter on? Because Killing Floor 1 had a bit of a worm filter. Yeah, I don't think he was doing any color correction in this version. I do know in later versions he starts to have like a kind of a color filter. Almost like it's kind of like RE4 looking. Yeah, the idle with the walking looks kind of funny. I feel like it'd be fine if you're standing still, but once you start moving, it makes it very like Bobby looking. Okay, so you can go this way. There's a fire axe, but you can miss this axe. The axe is probably inside the chainsaw. I don't really mess with the chainsaw too much, but this is probably the best melee in the game. Unless the chainsaw's better, I don't really know yet. But I've had a lot of good luck using the fire axe. Trying to different routes. There's a lot of tonal shifts in Killing Floor, not just from Killing Floor 1 to 2, but even in the mod versions. When you go from 1.0 to 2.0 and 2.5, there's quite a bit of distinct kind of like visual aesthetic, a little bit of tonal differences, but then going from the mod to retail, there's a pretty big leap, I would say, in tone from Killing Floor mod to the retail version. I feel like a lot of that had to do with tripwire. I think because this original mod version was basically just made by a single developer for the most part. He had a very clear vision, I think, of what he wanted Killing Floor to be. Whereas handing it off to a company to now remake your game, basically, I think they're going to, you know, end up making a lot of creative differences, or creative decisions that are different than like his original vision of it. Killing Floor 1 Retail it's essentially like an HD version of Killing Floor 2.5, at least at its launch. And so I think a lot of what made Killing Floor 1 Retail what it is just has to do with the fact that basically it's a remake of his mod. So a lot of that DNA of Killing Floor is still present from his work. Whereas you go from Killing Floor 1 to 2, it is now built as a new game from the ground up, rather than being on the basis of, you know, his game, basically. So here's the mood board from 28 Days Later. The end is fucking nigh. It's like literally in 28 Days Later, the same graffiti here. Also, if you're familiar with Killing Floor 1 Killing Floor 1 West London, that's like a tongue twister there. This is where you start in West London when you play Killing Floor. Church is right here. There's normally a door that lets you in the side entrance here. And there's like a tunnel alleyway to the left. Police station's down that way. Dead end there. Church main entrance is right here. This is West London. Same layout. Just a bit of differences. We have the statue here, which also kind of looks like the statue in 28 Days Later, the city streets. Looking on this way. This is kind of like where the opposite end of the tunnel kind of is in the retail version. It's normally like a trader kind of around here. It's ain't Hellgate London though. This is West London. So here's the other tunnel. And there would be kind of like the back entrance to the police station right here. Somehow the rain's coming through here. Bye-bye, augmented TTV. Got a telephone box here. It's also a spot where the trader would be in the retail version of Killing Floor. But yeah, really cool vibes here. Very, like I said, it makes me think of like, kind of like Resident Evil 2, 3 kind of city streets, but it's got the like Silent Hill, like kind of otherworld like thing going on with the textures, basically, where it's like everything is like just so grungy. Like there's a layer of like blood just like over everything for some reason. I guess people just died so hard that they covered the entire city in blood, basically. Here's the police station. We got some janky physics to kind of get over here. Computer. See how he was inspired by Out of Hell? Yeah. It's got similar vibes. I've got to be going anywhere soon, mate. Got by ambushed by zombies. Let me take my shotgun. Just gonna meet up with Masterson Squad. Texas might be a little fast. Not far from here. Just through the underpass and down the street. Good luck, mate. Those flesh-eating motherfuckers still roaming out there, you'll need it. Thanks. Alright, we got the shotgun, 12 gauge shells, 14 shells. Yeah, ammo goes quick in this also. In this mod, you basically need to learn how to melee, basically, because you often will not have enough ammo. I think that's one of the things that kind of makes this feel more survival horror also, is ammo's pretty limited, and or guns are not as effective as they are like in later iterations of Killing Floor. So you often end up having to figure out the melee dance in this. So now we're at the church. Because apparently this is where people are holding out, I guess. Here's the West London Church. This environment's also in the retail version of Killing Floor 1. One of the traders is here at the church. These flowers to the left long ago. I remember... Okay, here's when the music's loud. Here's where I'm going to need to change my volume. Oh, that's zombies. I remember when I was young, I played this mod. This part actually scared me pretty bad. I was pretty spooked whenever I first played this mod. Now, when it gets to this part would be ear blasting, you trust me. And this is the bloat. The bloat does not vomit in this version. We can do this. So, soldier zombies. Because it's an infection, there's also infected of you guys. It's like 28 days later, the first infected that are encountered are in the church. And I'm a little bit injured, so now I move slower also. No problem, Machina. Take care. This to me, this feels like Silent Hill 1 kind of inspired music. Kind of reminds me of some of the sewer tracks in Silent Hill 1. Oh, this jank of seeing the NPCs fight. There's the company. Horzine. Just the text on their building is just built out of sheet metal. I believe those are the stalkers. They move a bit faster. The zombies are very grungy looking in this version. You can do a bit of, you can kind of sweep your swings and hit multiple enemies also. You get a pretty big framing window. Which is kind of the key of Killing Floor 1 is kind of figuring out the melee dance. So here we have the toppled over bus, kind of like in 28 Days Later. Actually, literally looks like the toppled over bus. It's like the 2 double-decker bus. I think later, I'm pretty sure we come to the underground here. To reload the shotgun, you have to hold R to insert the shells. It's a little bit awkward, but once you get used to it, it's not too bad. I think there's a med kit in there. And one of the key things is you just want to like not take damage ever, because moving slow sucks. Oh, the lo-fi pinging sound. Hey, Love Knife, how you doing? Trying to figure out how to get in here. Oh, I see. I think you can drop down from up there. Yeah, it still has the Unreal Tournament jumping. So here we're at KF offices also. If you're familiar with offices and retail Killing Floor, that is this map here. It is the Corzine headquarters. It also is Silent Hill Otherworld here. Has like, I think it's like an elevator shaft or something there. Not fully sure. Oh, music's changing, okay. Should I do 2 or 3? I think 0.3 is probably fine. Alright, so let's change tracks. Which always makes it really loud. Got more soldier zombies. It actually tells you the messages. Something's wrong here. Where the hell is everybody? Gotta find out what happened to Masterson's team. So, the mod version of Killing Floor has the multiplayer horde mode separately, but it also has the single player kind of campaign horror kind of as like a, I think it's supposed to be kind of like an introduction of like its world and kind of the mechanics of it. But only this original 1.0 version had this campaign. None of the other versions include it. Yeah, I was explaining, I think the reason why they got rid of it was probably just because he didn't feel like remaking all the assets over again just for the single player. Thank you for the follow. Because he remakes pretty much every asset in the 2.0 version for the multiplayer, and he would have had to done the same for the single player as well, so I think that's just why he didn't include it. Also, that's some nasty fall damage. I might die on this fall. There we go. Is that even worth it? It's like I get 1 med kit. No, it's like a half heal. I guess that's fine. The Zeds. Yeah, here they're not even called Zeds, they are infected. Projector. It's our projector. I found a disc. I could view it here. It's very Resident Evil 1. If you're familiar with KF offices from Killing Floor 1, that's where we are. That's how you know your ammo's full. It flashes when you're full ammo for some reason. Open? Yes, it does. That's some handgun ammo. Feels very Resident Evil pistol. Also, it's got the like the wooden grip, like the STARS pistol, and it feels damage-wise pretty similar to Resident Evil as well. I don't really know I don't really know if headshots are like a thing in this version as well, because it feels like you consistently have to shoot zombies like 10 times to kill them. The handgun, which is kind of around the Resident Evil 1 pistol. There's more of the 28 Days Later graffiti here. I believe this texture is in Killing Floor Retail. I'm pretty sure I've seen this picture in the retail version. It doesn't have the Jim Morrison picture, for obvious reasons. Alright, so we got the projector disc. So now we can go learn story. So what this is really showcasing here is like how much of the kind of just like DNA of like Killing Floor is just, it's all here, all the way back to 2005. And there's the Jim Morrison picture. You can just remake 1.0 Killing Floor. I feel like a remake of this would be pretty cool. There we go. Insert the disc. Alright, we're getting story now. The survivors of the 82nd Division personally come upon some critical information regarding the outbreak, subsequent quarantine. This building belonged to Horzine Corp, manufacturer and developer of biotech, which had up until recently worked with full government backing in their projects. The reason to believe the funding was cut from Horzine, but I found evidence in classified files in this building to suggest that R&D continued at a secondary complex not far from here. Taking what is left of my squad to investigate, we will use the sewer access tunnels at street level to exit the quarantine. Our mission and the quarantine is finished. Everyone is dead, dying, or worse. This could give me the answer that I was looking for. Water. Thank you. Alright. We are done with the offices. I remember, like, when I played this when I was young, I would only get as far as the offices because I had no clue how to melee fight in this, basically, and I would always just run out of ammo and die, basically. I think I would miss the fire axe too. I feel like getting the fire axe is like crucial. If you don't have the fire axe, you're gonna get obliterated. So we're looking for the underground. For some reason I thought it was this. There might be another entrance somewhere. Could this be it? A lot of these ambient tracks also, they actually exist in all the way up to Retail Killing Floor, but they're used basically as the downtime music. When you get to the trader part where you're just buying guns or whatever, you'll hear like this is like one of the tracks for about like, you know, 45 seconds. Oh, this is where we go. All right, no problem, Johnny. Thanks for stopping by. So all these ambient tracks are actually like, you know, like they're like 1:30 to like 3 minutes long, but they're kind of like you only hear like a few seconds of them in the retail version because they're just used as the as a kind of like background trader music. It's the only way to the maintenance tunnels. So now we're in sewers. I believe this map was not remade in any capacity. Let me at this handgun ammo. I think I need to like knock this over or something. god. The physics in UT are a little bit wonky. Here we go. You can't just reach over and grab them. I think I have to shoot it. Oh god. Alright, loud music. Yes, I shoot the box of suddenly music. Like at night, now you have your killing floor industrial rock music. Even in, like, I would say, like, genre-wise, it's still like very different from like Killing Floor Retail's like type of music. Gives a very different vibe. That's a gore fast also. Also, the motion where you take damage is like, holy crap. Makes it very disorienting to take damage in this. Maybe a little on the loud edge still. That's not shootable. I like the skull model here. It's more cool fan. Yeah, that looks great here. Look at that. Oh, medkit. Ah, here we are. Oh. It's ambush. And I'm almost full health, so I'm fast again. Yeah, here's the bullpup. Here's your 28 days later rifle here. And we got some bullpup ammo too. The bullpup kind of sucks in this also. Not gonna lie, I've used it. It is very inaccurate. Even if you scope in here, your shots just fly wild everywhere. Opening valve software. 2 more to go. Opening valve software. Opening valve software. Alright. Let's drink some cranberry juice. Ah. Alright. Pressure door open. Feels good to be higher health so I can actually move fast. Yeah, 8 shots of the pistol to kill an enemy. Can soften them up a little bit before meleeing, makes it a little bit safer. I love the soldier zombies. I feel like they look really cool. I like the glowing red eyes too. It's really creepy. think the pressure door's down here. Yep. Expecting to get ambushed again. Anything behind me? It's like a specific rhythm you gotta get down with the meleeing. The ammo's tight, also I'm getting pretty low. Can I break this? There we go. Just a little bit awkward getting through there. I did it. Any information linking Horzine to the outbreak in London? I think we're getting near the labs now. This also feels very Resident Evil, like going through city streets, then you go underground to like a sewers, and now we're reaching like a lab. It's kind of like on the outskirts, kind of like the dead factory from RE3, or like the underground lab. That's by the construction yard in RE2. The British landscape, yeah. Here we are, Biotics Lab. If you played Killing Floor 1 Biotics Lab, here we are. This is the room that you started in Biotics Lab. This glass looks sturdy, but a strong enough blast might shatter it. Yeah, a blast from my axe. Yeah, this looks so like Silent Hill-y. It's literally like a cross of like Resident Evil Labs and like Silent Hill Otherworld. It's so cool. Oh. Found the key card. Yeah, I like this song too. It's kind of like ambient industrial. If there's anything else in here. I'm really desperate for like health and ammo. When you jump on Unreal Physics, sometimes it turns you around. It's weird. Seems like obscured by blood. Can actually break it. I don't think there's anything in there. This door is sealed off here. I think it's into the downstairs normally. Can't tell if those my footsteps or just like an ambient noise. A lot of use of fog also, which I think is really effective. Yeah, I think these are like just like ambient noises that kind of spook you. Okay, that opens that. I don't want to go this way yet. Kind of gives me like Stalker Labs kind of vibes too. Okay. That's dead-ended there. Like, I think the code for dodging still exists from Unreal Tournament. You can't actually use it, but if I double tap W, see, he does the jump sound effect, but it just doesn't move you. So it still has like has like remnants of the dodging code still existing. But this is a survival horror, and you don't want to be able to dodge, because that would make you too mobile. Is anything up here? For some reason I thought there was like an item up here or something. Maybe not. I can't remember, does this like ceiling area exist in the retail version of Killing Floor? I feel like it still does. That's like, here's like, yeah, the layout of Biotics Lab, still retail Killing Floor, basically the same layout. Yeah, it's like the code for the dodge still exists, but he just made it like not move you, basically. Alright. Some bad stuff behind this door. Oh, there's like Pepsi cans like all over the place. And Fanta and Pepsis. I love like the cages. It's really cool, like animal cages. Ah, it's just the hand. Yep, we got the hand cannon. So medkit there, I'm not gonna grab it. So that is like almost a full heal. Yeah, it's gonna open. Like, you just know it is. Locked until power is restored to the shaft. Okay, I got the power cord key card. Is it, or you actually can't go in there in normal Killing Floor. This is like blocked off that way. Power core security doors open. It says hand cannon ammo. Buffalo Boar. I like this ammo box. Yeah, that's hand cannon ammo. Ooh, got some more too. Yeah, I love like ammo pickups, stuff like that. Like little like ammo boxes. Alright, power's on. Oh. Music ear blast. Oh, that's a flesh pound. Fortunately, the game does not does not pause whenever I open up the console. And that's a Scrake. That's multiple. Oh god, I might just yeah. Don't even waste my resources. Just run. Yeah, primordial flesh pound, literally. I wonder if there's anything worth getting in there. Yeah, there's a container there. Make sure I don't get cornered. Yeah, it's like very early flesh pound. Ow. Yeah, Fleshpound does like giga damage. Gorefests are like weirdly tanky also. Oh. Scrake's not too tough, it seems like. That doesn't break, unfortunately. The Fleshhounds move pretty fast in this. They're very tall and intimidating. You don't want to fight on stairs because it makes awkward angling. And like that, you don't want that to happen either. There we go. The Scrakes aren't too tough. Very creepy designs here, though. Ow. That med kit over here. Don't feel like I move any faster at 50 or like almost dead health. Okay. We got a lot of hand cannon ammo now. Use keys to our elevator. There we go. Like this portal lab was still under construction. And we got like a cave lab section. Feels very RE1 there. I feel like this is not passable. I feel like they'll hurt you if you go through that way, maybe. That's the vibe I'm getting. I feel like it'll be evil if you try to go that way. Okay, yeah, it just ends the level. I think I'm moving slower now. Hey, this is so RE4 feeling here. And we got... When the flames been doused, the way will be open. And we got the crossbow now. Like, I could barely see through the scope. It's so grungy. The crossbow is a very strong weapon also. It is like the ultimate sharpshooter weapon in normal Killing Floor retail release, but here it's also a pretty highly valued weapon. Yeah, the X-bow, the X-box. There's a medikit over here. Yes, it is. I like moving fast. Feels good to move fast. Sound of machinery nearby. I feel like that's like hinting something. There's not a walk there, it says there's sound of machinery nearby. Which makes it feel like it's like a secret there or something. There's something about dousing flames or something. There's no slot for a key card. Okay, yes, there's something we gotta do. Some sort of puzzle. The flames have been doused. Just can I like... Oh, that puts them out. Okay, can I just shoot off? Oh, you can just shoot them. Alright, it's that simple. Just the mansion cave. Yeah, it looks like the caves from Manor, yeah, doesn't it? Doesn't open that way. Maybe it opens where the machinery. Oh, I missed one. There we go. So either opens this or it opens where it said machinery sound was. Yeah, I think it's where the machinery sound was. So does it seem like I can recover arrows also in this version? Here we are. Opening valve software. Yes! Oh, yeah, like a minute. That's probably why they give you that med kit there to top your health off. Yeah, the only song you don't like so far has been like one of the combat songs, basically, which when you play the multiplayer, that's more of what you're gonna hear, basically, because it's, you know, it's action, you're fighting. Oh, just like that. Oh god. It seems like the crossbow does not penetrate multiple enemies anymore. Okay. Alright. That is like a giga ambush. Alright, I'm gonna retry again. That is a lot of zombies you gotta kill. I almost wonder, like, is it even doable? Can you fight a flesh pound with melee in this? I'm very curious about that. So unfortunately they ambush you where they spawn in front of you and they spawn behind you, so what I need to do is probably like push down that way and kite around them or something. I was just like, alright, I'm coming, then whoop! Oh, 50 million zombies just spawn around you. I'm not sure how doable it is to just like run around them. It's very easy to get cornered. They're so fast. Probably like an ear blast, which also like is distracting me. Might just maybe shoot, and I end up hand cannoning these guys here. And push down that way, maybe. The other ones that come the other way, like, they're so fast. I think they're all stalkers, so they move really fast. hand cannon like one taps the stalkers. Okay, so I don't know if he can fit through here. Fortunately, I lost almost all my health again. And you're on like a timer to do this. And I know there's like a boss at the end of this. I don't even know if I'll have like the ammo to fight the boss. So resources are super tight. Be like 1 minute to do this run. Oh, he has like blue jeans on. Yeah, I think I run a little bit faster than him. Oh, I only got 10 seconds left. Yeah, I don't think I can make this. Oh, I'm gonna use this opportunity to test fighting him. So I think if you're low health, you just can't make the run. So I'm gonna bait him to attack. Okay. It's got a long wind up. It's kind of like the Scrake, he's definitely fightable. He does not have hit stun though. He's definitely baitable. Okay. That's some new information. Very interesting. I'm getting... There's like geometry I get stuck on here. I think at this part, the biggest threats is actually the stalkers, because they move so fast. The flesh pounds are a problem, but if you single them out, they're definitely fightable. So there's like some geometry I get stuck right here. I have to kind of move left around it. I definitely feel like I need to push down. It's like the problem is I don't have enough time to like kill them quick enough and run past them. Okay, there we go, there we go, there we go. Like, one hit's not too bad. They jump through. Okay, the little guys can jump through, that's good. Hopefully this doesn't screw me over. Oh, what's that side hit? Get out of here. Oh, he's coming through. Shoot, I didn't expect that. Maybe he can't fit, actually. Oh, he can come through. Okay. That lets me single him out. Oh, I can't move. He kills a little bastard. Nice. Also, that old school metallic look to them, make them feel gross and visceral. Gross and shiny in PS3 sense. Yeah, like it's all diffused. Like there's no like, you don't have the diffuse, or not the diffuse. You don't have the specular layer. It makes everything like glossy looking basically and weird. Don't really know if headshots are a thing. Oh, 2 shots to the head. Actually, they are. Interesting. Okay, that's new information. Flesh rounds die in 2 crossbow hits. That's what I would do. For future reference. Okay, right. I need to do this part. I think if I'm not blocked by the flesh round, I could probably make this run. It'll just be tight. I love how it just like grungy everything is. Like both like the world textures, like the enemies, the guns. Like these gun models are so like gritty looking. I should have Desert Eagle, like look at this thing. It's got like grime all over it. I like the player hands too. You have like the character has like very like distinct like tattoos on. It's pretty cool. Alright, let's see if we can do this. Now that I can headshot them in 2 hits, I think like if I redid this part I could probably kill the flesh pounds pretty quickly and just axe everything else. Or Desert Eagle them. But I can probably do this run. The main blockade is just the flesh pound in the way. I hate there's like random geometry that I just get stuck on though. It's so annoying. Oh, you can't make it. Yeah, I think you can't make it if you're injured. That's rough. I'm pretty sure like if you're sub like 75 health, like you just like you can't make the run, which that's pretty rough. Sometimes, all right. I don't know why these hits are not registering. There's definitely a bit of roughness to this. Feels like an oversight, yeah. It's like if your health is too low, you literally like can't make it through the gate because you're too slow. Or maybe you can, but it might be like if you like touch any geometry you get stuck on, it like slows you down and stops you. Like, why is it? It's annoying. It's like the waste like 2 crossbow bolts just to put out the fire. So I wonder if it's doable. The guys in the front, I can't quick save, unfortunately. There's no saving in this. You don't save. It just restarts the whole level, basically. I wonder if I can kill the guys in front fast enough to just push through. I'll test that. See how much faster you move? Like when you're full health, like you move so much faster. So it's like if you're low health, you literally just can't make it to that door. So I'll do is try to push through, and even if I get hit, I might be able to just run past them too. Wait, are they like dead now? Okay. I feel like I headshot him twice with the crossbow. Yeah, if you could save, I would just save like right before like the encounter, basically. But unfortunately you can't, so I have to keep doing this whole sequence here, the whole run. It's a little bit rough. It worked that time. Should maybe try to headshot the flesh pump first, maybe, before shooting the other zombies. So I was going to try to kill the small ones first, but they're actually who reach you faster too, so I don't know. There may be a little bit of damage randomization too. Hard to tell. It's hard to tell if my shots are like, am I actually hitting his head or if I'm just hitting his body. I don't know how tight the hitboxes are. It definitely feels like there are head hitboxes, considering I killed one of the flesh rounds in 2 hits, the crossbow. Golden cream. Oh, I missed. Oh, his hitbox is really tight. I see. What's confusing is the crossbow bolt is, when you're aiming down the sight, it's it's arced to come out from the right of your screen, basically. That's why I'm missing my shots. Is that even though I'm aiming at his head, it's still, the projectile seems to be coming from the, like, the right side of the screen, basically, so it's offset a little bit. And it seems like his head hitbox is very small. The water's not been stolen yet. I just have to figure out where to hold. It's just, it's so hard to see through this scope. I wish I could save up here. I feel like it's just not hitting him. I'm seeing my bolt kind of go through him. Hello? I'm wasting too much ammo. It's like very particular where you have to shoot it. So the only other option is that, like, I don't feel like pushing forward's working. The going back worked better. But ideally, I would not want to take any damage. Because if you get hit once, then the run is basically undoable. Yeah, it's like crazy tight, like how this is designed, where it makes me wonder, like, if it's an oversight, if something's bugged with it over the years. If it's like, I don't know, some weird V-Sync thing or something's going on. I'm having weird hitbox issues where it feels like my shots aren't hitting when they should. feel like that didn't hit. Like their hitboxes are a little weird. I think it's when they're moving, their hitboxes are off or something. I'm still above 75 health, so I'm still moving fast, it seems like. Like there's no hit. Yeah, I'm not hitting him. Okay, so I think the Fleshpound's hitbox and the crossbow are just very inconsistent, basically, because it seems like when you do headshot them, you can potentially two-shot them, but I don't think the hitbox is like working consistently. So I think the other option is I need to shoot all the little guys, take out all the little guys, and then I can kind of bait around the Fleshpounds. That might be the way to do it. But I think I've concluded that the Fleshpounds just kind of have like fucked up hitboxes, basically. Because I'm absolutely aiming at their heads, shooting them, and it seems like the bolt's just going through it sometimes. Or most of the time. So I think they hit you gotta aim low on these also. If you shoot like up here, it won't hit. It needs to be down. I can take about like a hit also when I'm at full health. If I'm down to about 75%, I think I can still do the run. The Fleshpounds are definitely slower, so they're easier to kite, so I need to prioritize actually killing the smaller zombies. Oh my god, this might fuck me over. Nope. No, we're good. Need to get them to come through. Okay. Yeah, like, those shots are just going through him. I don't know if it's the Fleshpound or if it's the crossbow that's the problem. Oh my god. Yeah, I might not be able to do it now. Yeah, definitely can't do it. There's definitely hitbox issues in this that are pretty severe. Again, I don't know if it's the crossbow or if it's the Fleshpound. My guess is it might be the crossbow, because it's a projectile, and I feel like there might be some sort of thing with the frame tick rate, where the projectile is not like always doing checks every frame or something. So there's frames where your crossbow bolt might just go through them, basically. I feel like that's what's going on. Which is probably a new issue, if I was to guess. It's probably because the game's running at like too high of a frame rate or something like that. If I was to guess. So I might do another tactic. I might just try running forward. I'll go to shoot the small zombies and see if I can get around the flesh pound. I might take a hit or two. But at that point, I should be close enough to get through the door. So I might just try that, maybe. It's like not ideal, but might be another tactic that could potentially work. Because I can get around, if I go back the other way, I can get around the ones in the back and take maybe a hit or two. So I'd be able to do the same going forward. Because the hand cannon will one-tap them, the smaller zombies. There we go. Yep, one hit. Not bad, not bad. There we go. I think that's the way to do it. No, we got one of them got through. Even get to me? That's hitting. Welcome back. You've got body armor. I also got the law, I think. Yeah, got 2 rockets for it. Shoot gun shells? Not very many. Die. Alright. Now we know the tactic to do this part now. For future reference. Make sure I got everything in here. Because I think there's kind of a boss fight at the end of this, I'm pretty sure, which might be hard. Okay, we got swimming. I'll say the main doors must be underwater. That must be it over there, maybe? Says a section of wall looks weak. Yeah. Question is, what do we do? I think am I supposed to shoot the rocket launcher at it? Because I have the law. I almost feel like that's what we're supposed to do, but I also hate the idea of shooting a rocket and then not doing anything to it too. But I almost feel like that's what we gotta do. So I don't have any other ideas. Yep, that's what we do. Okay. But we got the British flag on the rocket launcher too. It's kind of funny. E-card sealed. I hear some zombies around. I don't see any resources. Med kit, I'm not gonna grab that yet. Oh my god. Yeah, they're getting really cheap with these these like spawning stuff in front and behind you tricks. Yeah, it's like it's kind of like ambient industrial. Okay, I got the key card. What the hell? Oh. Here's the labs, tubes. This is so Resident Evil 1 here. It's like Tyrant. Let's see. Subject D26, the most promising subject to date. We're responding to basic orders. Yeah, we're Resident Evil 1. Oh, yeah, I think this is the boss fight here. Oh, if I die, I might have to do this whole mission over again. Certainly outlasted your squad, soldier. I should congratulate you. See, Horizon Corp was responsible for this outbreak. So your ambition to create the perfect soldier. Yeah, it's just like Resident Evil. So I couldn't experience pain or fear. They wouldn't question or reason. City used to be a staging ground test of Horizone's accomplishments. This is all redundant. You've seen firsthand the power of the creatures developed in this very installation. Came here myself because I wanted information. Seeing this Horizon didn't stop with engineering these monsters. They created me. Yeah, this guy's like the Wesker of Killing Floor. This is Lieutenant Masterson, which is a recurring character also in the later Killing Floors, but he is never like he's never like a villain after like the other Killing Floors. It's just this one. Use a command to quarantine. We'll end with you. Yeah, he got us all killed. No, he's already shooting me. He's like shooting me through the wall here. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how you're supposed to fight him exactly. It's like, okay, you have to do all the way back to the beginning of this. Yeah, so that's the Killing Floor campaign. I don't think I feel like doing that whole mission over again. But yeah, basically you kill him and then that's the campaign, basically. He just like, he hit scans, he like shoots you through the wall there, basically. Yep, no quick saves or anything. So you have to do the whole mission over again, basically. It's evidently doable, but I don't have the patience right now to actually beat it. It's not if you have to like do the whole mission over again. No, like that's literally the end of it there, basically. Yeah, it's that short, basically. So we'll move over to the other component, which is the multiplayer, which is the main thing that this was built around. It's the multiplayer, which you only have 1, 2, 3, 4. You have 5 levels, which 4 of these levels actually still survived all the later iterations of Killing Floor. Yeah, Biotics Lab, Manor, Offices, Sewers, West London. Sewers is the only map that ends up not getting into later versions, which makes sense because I feel like it's probably the weakest of the maps. I have played all these maps before. But I don't think I've ever played an entire match of Killing Floor 1. Like, and I don't know how many waves there are. But I'm pretty sure that Killing Floor 1's like survival mode's basically based on the invasion mode from UT 2004, where you just fight waves of monsters. But I think even that mode had like a limit to it, so I assume it's 10 wave like later. I'm going to assume that. I'm going to try to count how many waves we do. So we're going to start with Biotics Lab. Starting players receive a 5-point bonus at the end of each round. Alright. Here I can actually adjust the audio. So here we are at Biotics Lab. But you start with the bullpup and fist. That's the only 2 weapons. Fists are very bad. I will demonstrate. Problem with fists is the range is really short and it has a very, very short timing window to hit. So you basically want a melee weapon like as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the bullpup's not that strong. And it's not very accurate. Even if you're aiming, you can see some of my bullets are hitting the walls. As you kill enemies, you gain score, which is basically your money in this. There's a bullet here. Alright, that's all my bullpup ammo. Which most of these maps tend to have some static spawns around the levels. If you don't have a melee weapon, you don't have ammo, you're basically dead. The fists are so bad. I'm trying to just open this gate over here and grab the bullets out of it. The problem is that they can just keep up with me. I'm trying to like split them up a little bit. You can use these containers also, they're explosive. I might be able to leer them up here and then drop down. This might work. There we go. They'll leave one alive. Like in Killing Floor Retail, it's good to leave one alive. If you get too far away from them, they can die on their own, then you'll miss out on money, which you don't want to do as much as possible. But in this version, the shop is this weapon locker over here. This is where you buy weapons at. Okay, you have very little time to buy. I think the first thing you want is a melee of some sort, which axe is the best. Bat's a little bit cheaper. This is faster, it has less power. I'm gonna test the bat. I've never really experimented too much with it, but the axe seems very good. I'll try the bat for comparison's sake, though. It's a little explosive there for some damage. The bat's definitely faster than the axe. So, yeah, I love this red lighting and the grime. The bat feels pretty good, too. Like, I like the speed of the bat. It feels pretty good. Like, the recovery and the wind-up is faster. This motion blur of getting hit is obnoxious. It lasts so long. Yeah, this lighting is gorgeous. I love this red lighting. It's super creepy. A little bit low health. I'm gonna grab, there's a static med kit upstairs. I can grab too. It's like, yeah, this area is in Killing Floor 1, like this is Biotics Lab area. This is, like, down here's one of the areas we usually, like, would hold out at. Which here, the retail, this door is open here. But in this version, you cannot go in there. Grab this med kit here. I think static spawns is very useful. And again, this is meant to be multiplayer. It's supposed to be playing this like other people. I think there's more monsters the more players are. I assume so, at least. I think at Resident Evil 9, if I have anything or time to interject about something side Killing Floor real quick. Resident Evil 9, I don't really like what I've seen of it so far, but I also feel like they're showing very early game part where it's just kind of like, alright, here's the beginning where you follow NPC and some scary stuff happens, and then there's a stalker monster type of thing, which I don't know if the whole game is going to be like that, or if this is like just kind of like a gimmick section, kind of like the dollhouse in Resident Evil Village. They're claiming that this is like one of the most like biggest and like most ambitious Resident Evil games for like a long time, so I don't really know what that means, and I don't know like what the scope of this game is exactly. Grab these ammos. Let's go to the shop. Let's get some grenades. Grenades are very strong in this. Good to have. I wonder if I can blow the fire hydrant up. The fire extinguisher even. These are explosive. There's no like effect when they blow up. It's a little bit weird, but you can shoot these and blow them up. Fortunately, the gun's so inaccurate though that it doesn't really work very well. Let's throw a grenade. Alright, you have to hold the grenade down. Hell yeah. Gorefats are tanky in this. Like you see, like a lot of the gameplay of this is like it's basically learning the melee, the hit stun, basically, and kind of like grouping these enemies up into like bunches where you can kind of melee all of them together, basically. Yeah, it's the thing I really like in this version is like the models, like the zombies are very gross and like creepy looking, basically. They're definitely less distinct, I would say, where it's harder to kind of differentiate which zombie is what just by their appearance. Their silhouettes are kind of similar and their general, like, you know, the color palette and stuff. Like, they're very kind of indistinguishable from each other, basically. But there's something very creepy looking about them in this version. Got one of these medkits over here. These guys have a really fast attack. Alright. Now, might buy an armor here. Fill up my ammo. Later versions of Biox Lab, that door right there is open. In this version, it's just a dead end. It's a little bit smaller in this version. Gorefats are super tanky in this version. Yeah, I can get out of that one. Boy, it's very hard. Your DPS kind of sucks in this version, basically, so it's very easy to get cornered. I'll try it again. I think the bat is... Yeah, it's like wave mode, kind of like in the final Killing Floor version. I feel like the bat is like, it's pretty good against the weaker zombies, but it gets pretty bad against once you hit to like gore fast and higher. Feels like its hit stun's less consistent, doesn't kill them fast enough. Can I break? Okay, that does blow up. If I had enough money for like a shotgun, I probably should have bought the shotgun. When the games go with a safe, gory approach where they're undead just enough. Of course, like walking meat skeletons, yeah. If you don't click complete, also there's a little oversight. If you try to buy something and exit the menu, it'll eat your money, but not give it to you back, which sucks. So you gotta make sure to hit complete. There's certain areas I feel like there's like junctions you want to stay in where you can actually kite enemies and not get cornered. Yeah, slower wind up on this, but definitely kills enemies faster than the bat. And so you can do that with the axe. It's got that like long release where you can hit multiple enemies. Like that. That feels really good to do. I feel like its hit stun's more consistent too. Yeah, robbed by a locker, literally. Notice I decided not to go for this grimy sword style. Yeah, I feel like for that particular project, that's not the style I'm going for. I do like that style, but it's just, like Half-Life System Shock doesn't have that visual style to it. I'm going for more Half-Life System Shock, basically. It can sometimes be hard to gauge distance in melee, I feel like, in games, if it's first person and melee. Is there anything in here? Does not appear that there is. Yeah, spacing, like learning spacing in melee is pretty hard. Gorefests are rough. They get hits in on you really easily. The multi-hit stun feels really good. The Gorefest is the hardest enemy to like not get hit by. Maybe if you get back to the corners, feel more depends on the killing floors. I would say it's like... I would say yeah, because I feel like the guns are like weak in this, and or the zombies have more health, basically. Like, I don't know, this bullpup just feels kind of... I have to shoot them so much, basically. That's the last zombie. Let me not kill him yet. Grab this health. Grab this ammo. Die. Ammo again. So I'm so advocating this game because retail doesn't do it justice. Yeah, it's very different. Like, every version is so different. That, like, Killing Floor 1 and 2 are different, but it's like this and Killing Floor 1 retail. Like this and 2.0. Like, there's a lot of differences between all the versions of Killing Floor. You really don't get a lot of time between rounds, unfortunately. I'm using my ammo on this because I'm gonna sell this gun eventually. The bullpup is really not that good. But there's a reason why they give you one for free. I'm not sure why they, for this version, did the bullpup as like the starting weapon instead of the 9mm, because you can still buy the dual 9mm in this version. In fact, they might even be better in the bullpup. Let's test them out. I haven't really extensively used like all the weapons in this yet. Adding some ambience. And evidently to, I think to beat the boss in the single player version also, like in the campaign, like you have to like stand in like a very specific spot where he can't hit you basically and just shoot him. It's like a cheese fight basically, which I think is really stupid. I mean, good hit stun. Holy crap. Die. There's one more left. I'm probably gonna sell the bullpup on this wave. This one bastard come over here. There we go. Alright, let's grab the shotgun and some armor. Power. Crossbows are power. And then I have to go back here, fill up. Grab the assault vest, do that. There we go. Top off my health here. Yeah, you literally do weapon like melee drags with the axe in this. I like how the shotgun feels in this. You get kind of caught on these like movable barricade things, which he might have intentionally made these here. I can't think of why else he would have put them in this hallway. The Gorefests are fucking strong. Like playing Berserker in Killing Floor 1 kind of feels like this still a little bit. Can't quite do the like the grouping attacks like that though. Like that, like, oh my god, I love doing that. That feels so good. There's a Scrake over there. These guys are barricaded, so I'll fight the Scrake. And armor is still pretty strong in this version too, it seems like. The grenade being a weapon you have to pull out makes it like a very deliberate use and kind of hard to find openings to use it. There we go. Yeah, axe is effective on Scrakes. Who would have thought? You have a weight limit here too. I don't know what the limit is exactly. It's chainsaw. Hand cannon seems very strong. Just out of curiosity, oops, I forgot to get complete, so I think I just didn't actually buy the 9mm, so it ate my money, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm gonna buy the 9mm. Gotta hit complete or else you lose your money. It's so dumb. I'll fill up ammo. Here we go. Dual 9mm. Test these out. See if they're better in the bullpup. I have a feeling they might be better in the bullpup. There's no single 9mm, which is strange. There's like no downtime also, like I mentioned, like you kill the last zombie, you have like 10 seconds to buy something basically. Okay, the pistol sounds diff right here. Yeah, these are stronger. These are stronger than the bullpup. That's interesting. From Flesh Pound Wave also. I see what this is up here for. It's for the explosive barrel. I feel like only melee really has hit stun. I'm not feeling much on range. That might be a bad spot. Yeah, I just got like cornered here. Oop, here we go. Made it through. I feel like they spawned like right around the corner there. Even late Killing Floor has that happen. Ooh, got through. These waves are getting like dicey. Can't tell how accurate these are. Definitely feels stronger in the bullpup. Not too shabby. Let's lead him to the trader. Kind of want to get the either hand cannon or I'll get the hunting shotgun. Those are not too bad. Let's fill up on grenades. Grenades seem to be very good. Okay, I don't think I have the space. Wonder if do grenades take up slots? Let's do auto ammo. There we go. Alright. This way I'll just do grenades and shotgun. I'll probably have to sell my normal shotgun for the for like the crossbow or something else. The interesting thing I liked about this version and like some of the other early versions of Killing Floor is that there actually is no perks in this. It is your playstyle and roll is defined entirely by the weapon you buy, basically. That whatever you carry with you is kind of what you're going to use, basically. And you're not sort of like railroaded into playing based on which perk you pick, basically. Like, for example, like in Modern Killing Floor, if you pick the Commando, you are just assault rifle guy, basically. You're not ever going to use anything except for an assault rifle. The bullpup, AK, SCAR, whatever. It's like that's all you use, basically. There's no like sort of like leeway of like, you know, what's arguably better for like a class. Like, oh, you know, you play Commando and it's like, well, you got the bullpup, but you know, what else should you use with it? And it's like, well, the answer is always just to use like the SCAR or the AK, basically. That's all you have room for. And early on, like when they first added perks in the mod version, from what I remember, the perks would give you bonuses to those, you know, weapon-related perks, like the bullpup for the Commando would be like stronger, but I don't think the damage percentage increase was like that huge. And there's only one weapon for the Commando also, which is the bullpup, which gave you room to use something else aside the bullpup, basically. You'd have room for like a shotgun or a hand cannon or, you know, something, basically. We're getting raided. Hello, Talon DX. Thank you for the raid. You're playing Killing Floor 1.0, the original mod version. There's one zombie left. How are you doing? Thank you for the raid. Hope your stream went well. I primarily play retro games here, retro shooters especially. The zombies pathfinding's a little wonky. I have about a little tiny bit of time. All right, let's grab the hunting shotgun. What? Hunting shotgun has no ammo? What do you mean? I did auto ammo. Try to finagle my way back up here. So I'd really like to have ammo for my hunting shotgun right now, because I just bought it. Thank you for the follow. It's kind of funny you buy the gun and it just doesn't come with ammo. It's not complimentary. Let's take a lure him up here. I need to get to a shop and buy it. One gore fest I can deal with. So having melee is so good in this. It's like the grouping. Freaking gore fast, get out of here. Touchdown's waiting down here for me. Yeah, the way the zombies look like the out of hell zombies, kind of, don't they? There's more variety here, though. There we go. I think it's just that flesh pound left now. You can buy stuff like any time too here. You don't have to like wait for the round to end. Okay, now I got ammo. Grenades, nice. I don't know what the weight limit is exactly. I don't know what wave I'm on. Is anybody keeping track? I feel like I'm around like 5 or 6 right now. It's like Doom 64 shotgun. This thing is one-shotting Scrakes. That is really strong. Yeah, nothing says survival horror like super shotgunning zombies. Yeah, I feel like the way like the weapons look, the way they move and stuff like that feels very out of hell. This texture stretching here. Hee. Sometimes it one-taps them. Sometimes I have to manually hit R, sometimes the auto reload. Not sure what's going on there. Like the reload's not actually synced to the animation sometimes. Yeah, that's satisfying. Last one left. Let's go ahead and go to the shop. I have like $1 bazillion, it's fine. Alright, just out of curiosity, let's see. Chainsaw. Can I buy it? Nope, it's too heavy. Look at that model. That looks like a Serious Sam chainsaw or something. So it's too heavy to have. Oh, we won. Look, I'm carrying like all the guns. Every gun that I've had is in my hand. That's awesome. All right, yeah. Next time we'll try the chainsaw again. I don't think I've ever beaten a match of Killing Floor before. That was awesome. Now we're at Manor. The Resident Evil 4 looking level. It's definitely a lot more open than its later iterations. The Sky Dome's got a little bit of a seam in it over there. No, the perks came later. That was 2.5 that added the perks, which was pretty late. It's basically right before it went retail, was a version that added the perks. And the perks were not levelable originally. They all had a static bonus to them. You couldn't level them up. There's a lot of medkits laying around here. It's only got one story in the house as well too. So perhaps a lot more simple in its later iterations. This gun is so inaccurate. Figure out. So where is the two? No, there's one shop, like at the dock. There's one guy left. There's one down there. Oh, the other one's right here. This is a weird spot to have the shop at, I feel like. Alright, what can we buy? Chainsaw's 20. Good buy. I'm going to assume the chainsaw costs money. Or to, yeah, rely on steady supply of gasoline. Let's try the knife. It probably sucks, but let's try it. The Doom 3 shotgun of a rifle. Yeah, it literally has the shotgun accuracy from Doom 3. That knife sound. I feel like this is like marginally better than fists. I think it has a little more reach though, at least. That's like hardly any hit stun. Yeah, basically, if you use a knife, you're just asking to take damage, basically. The Doom 3 shotgun of knives. Yeah, the motion blur when you take damage is like really obnoxious in this version. So I guess the intent is that you don't want to take damage, basically, like, ever. But it's, in a lot of circumstances, very difficult to not get hit. Now I'm out of bullets for my bullpup, and I might get cut off here. And when you're low health, you move very slow, also. There's no self-heal in this version, you have to find medkits or buy them. There's a medkit over there, but it's a little bit... pathing-wise might screw me over if I walk over it that way. There's a medkit over there, too. This is a stalker, also. Stalkers are, like, aside the gore fest, I think the fastest moving enemy. If I grab this medkit, I'll be good, because it's like a half heal. That'll get me moving a little bit faster. I just need to kill this person. There we go. There's another medkit I can grab. Oh. Oh, another raid. Got the Merlin Bishop raid. Hello, Merlin. Thank you for the raid. We're playing the most peak version of Killing Floor ever. These guys, zombies or specimens, they are infected in this mod. They are like legitimately like zombies in Killing Floor 1.0. As you can see, these are soldier zombies here. They look like us. Which I think is really cool, actually, the infected zombies. Yeah, this is the 1.0 mod for Unreal Tournament 2004. It came out in 2005. And I need bullets. There's no bullets in here. This kitchen knife is absolute ass. I bought it to give it a little shot and see how good the knife is, and it's definitely not worth buying. We need to get the fire axe or the bat. The bat's pretty effective too. Grab some bullets here. Is that an explosive barrel? I think it's just a regular barrel. I see there's a soldier zombie there. So there's like this tower over here. I'm not sure what the point of this is. Let's bring down the tower. Maybe we can like collapse it on them. Like, come here, you bastards. This is like Half-Life 2. How's it still holding up? Come on. Yeah. Did barely anything. Just no accuracy. A knife is better than fists, I will give it that. I got a little bit of hit stun. It's just, it's got so little range, and I don't think its damage is that bad. I think it's just the range and the lack of hit stun on it makes it kind of rough to use. Like, if you could single out one zombie, it's like workable, but you can't group. You can't group them like the axe. These are stalkers again, so I need to kill her. Yeah, started as, in this version it's a zombie outbreak. It's very reminiscent of, like, Resident Evil, basically. It's like some sort of bioengineered virus, basically. And then, 2.0, Killing Floor 2.0, which is the patch that came out after this one. redid the story, made it where they are all biological clones, basically, made in a lab. There's no infection. I think probably to make it like stand out from other zombie media where it's usually like an infection. I think he wanted to do something like a little bit different. This also has like a lot of like 28 Days Later kind of rooted inspiration in this too. Like the rage virus or whatever it is from that movie. So it might be more of that to maybe kind of make it stand out from that as well. It's awkward to get this right door open. Come on, open up. There's bullets in there. I know there are. There we go. Soften these up, and then I'll finish them off with the knife. These guys are a little tankier than I expected. There we go. Yeah, let's get rid of the knife. Knife. Let's do the bat instead. How much money do I got? I got 49. Let's grab the armor too. Some grenades. I think we should be good. Yeah, like the foundation is here. Like it's all been here since Killing Floor 1.0. There's really a lot of stuff here that's still present in retail Killing Floor 1. Like the initial 4 maps or 5 maps in this mod, 4 out of 5 of them actually make it still into the final retail release of Killing Floor 1 with like, I'd say there's still significant changes to the maps, but the basic layouts of them are all still there, which is really cool. A lot of the weapons are still there. The basic zombie designs, a lot of them are here. We got the Clot, Stalker, Flesh Pound, Scrake, Gorefast. Those are all there. Got grenades. This version of Stalkers are not invisible. They're these really fast women zombies, basically is what they are. Yeah, it's the maps that are in retail that are in the mod. Is yeah, West London, offices, Biotics Labs, and Manor. There's also sewers in this mod. That's the one that didn't make it in, and I feel like sewers is probably the weakest map. So it makes sense that it didn't make it in. Bullpup is ass in this version. Honestly, the Bullpup was ass in a lot of versions of Killing Floor, not just this one. Like Killing Floor 1 retail, the Bullpup was pretty weak, I would say. Even if you're playing Commando, it was the only weapon you had access to as the Commando. And it kind of sucked at launch, but I mean, it basically, it put yourself as you are 100%, you are the trash duty. You shoot clots and crawlers and stalkers, and that's your job. You don't do anything else. But you could see stalkers, so that's kind of your gimmick, is that you could spot the invisible zombies and kill them first. And I feel like, to an extent, I think that's fine to have very, very, very specified, defined roles, because I think that's the thing I was talking about kind of earlier too, is like, I feel like they started to kind of generalize the perks a bit more, where you can kind of do a bit of everything with a lot of the perks, especially when you get to Killing Floor 2, if like Gunslinger is basically just like a better sharpshooter because he can generalize a lot better than the sharpshooter in Killing Floor 2. Like as the Commando in Killing Floor 1, you initially were like, you would not dare shoot these Flesh Pound or the Scrake. Like just literally don't even bother shooting them, basically. You leave that to like the sharpshooter, like sharpshooter and berserker's jobs, basically. Because sharpshooters should not be wasting their ammo shooting clots and crawlers. They should be wasting their ammo on high priority targets. I feel like that's an interesting design. I feel like that's fine. Hehe. That grouping hit stun's so satisfying. Die. Alright. Stitch the bullpup. Bye to that. You know what? Let's try the chainsaw.
Everyone get ready.
I have the chainsaw, right? Yeah. Where's the ammo for it? Does not have ammo? Oh, maybe it doesn't. Yeah, I suppose it just doesn't take ammo. Cool. This looping sound, that is hilarious. This chainsaw is so goofy looking, I love it. The group zombie grenades feel really good too. This is so stupid. DPS is pretty good on that. The Allfire kind of just feels like the axe. Not this motion blur. Let's get in here. Coming in through the windows. Usually hit stun's not very consistent on the primary, so you're basically gonna take damage using the primary. You know, it does seem to have good DPS. Yeah, grab a med kit. Yeah, commandos, yeah, they mag dump the flesh pound and then just die, because it's like all you do is enough damage just to piss them off, basically. So you just might as well not even shoot them. Sounds actually pretty good on this. Grenades take weight too. Interesting. I did not expect that. Can't wait. I feel like the weight limit must be 20, if I was guessed. Let's put the Winchester in this too. Huh? Hey, did they eat my assault? I swear I bought an assault vest. There you go. Luckily, money's not too hard. I expected the chainsaw to take ammo, but it actually doesn't. Not too shabby. Yeah, chainsaw definitely better than a knife. The only problem with the chainsaw is, I feel like the axe feels a little bit safer to use, I would say, in most circumstances, and it's cheaper and it's lighter. Yeah, yeah, and the sound effect is pretty goofy. Like, I feel like the fire axe just kind of wins, I would say, in terms of overall, like, value, I would say, but the chainsaw's not bad either. I feel like it might do a little more damage than the axe too. So Chainsaw always had kind of a weird role in the Killing Floor games. Even in like Killing Floor 1, the chainsaw is just kind of like a underperforming weapon. And I think it's that same deal where it's like, to make the chainsaw work, you have to like hold it down basically, and you don't want to be like sitting in a spot like holding it down. There actually is a story mode. I played that first. I got to the very end of it, and then the very end of it is a pain in the ass where you have to fight like a hit scan boss that just like shoots you the moment you become in like line of sight of them. And then if you die, you have to play the entirety of like a level over again, which is kind of like a slog to get through. So I just kind of like, I got to the last boss and I'm like, all right, I don't have the patience to like keep trying to like memorize this basically. But it is a pretty cool like proof of concept otherwise. Chainsaw duel. Hit stunning him. Not too shabby. I think the chainsaw's actually quite good in this. Do hand cannon.
Everyone charge your weapon. I'm coming.
Yeah, I think 20 is the weight limit. Hand cannon's quite good in this too, it seems like. I feel like it's a little stronger in the campaign, maybe. Everyone in this cave. Okay, it seems like the cave doesn't actually have anything in this version. I think part of it's also the hitboxes. When you hit him in the head, you're definitely doing more damage. Question is, how good is a chainsaw against the flesh pounds? That's what I'm really curious about. He's spawning right there, lol. The medkit over there I can grab at some point too. Yeah, there's something pretty eerie about this level, just like the wind ambience, and yeah, zombies are like quiet in this version. There's quite a bit of more like eerie atmosphere in this version. Those are off. It's not 24/7 metal music. Yeah. Die, bloat. My hand cannon feels a little bit... does feel a little bit weaker in this multiplayer than it does in the single player to me. I feel like I can just give out like just with the shotgun, or not shotgun, with the chainsaw. I want to get the Winchester. You get so like little time to actually buy anything though. I think flesh pounds are like not hit stunnable. No problem, Merlin. Thanks for the raid. You do the grouping of the chainsaw still too, which is nice. Flesh pounds are so fucking huge. The thing is funny about the flesh pounds, they wear like blue jeans. Like they're supposed to be like some like lab specimen like test subject thing, but like the blue jeans is so funny to me. Yeah, that's the thing I was mentioning like early on the stream is like, I don't know if you would call this a survival horror. Like he has it defined as multiplayer survival horror. I feel like it's debatable, but just by the fact that that's the description that he wants to call it, to me kind of speaks for the whole like vibe of what this game is like trying to be, basically. Like Killing Floor 2, they've just dropped the survival horror tag. Oh, I think I blew up the explosive barrel. It just like hurt really bad. Yeah, getting blown up from explosive barrel. Now that's survival horror. I'm gonna grab this med kit over here. The melee dance with the flesh pounds. Watch out they don't flank around. Because they can come through the window too. Die. See if I can get a... Oh, yep. I think 20 is your weight limit. Okay.
Everyone charge your weapon.
Fill up. Whoops, accidentally hit cancel. Fill up. Bye. There we go. Alright. So Winchester is probably good here too. It's heavier than the hand cannon. And I think... yeah, this Winchester, you don't have to reload it. You just draw from an ammo pool, which I feel like make this gun really good. You never have to reload it. You get 80 rounds. Lever action has this trend of being like a top tier weapon. Except Killing Floor 2. I think the lever action Killing Floor 2 is like the one that kind of dropped the ball. For most versions of Killing Floor, the lever action is like a top tier weapon. Yeah, I think I'm actually very surprised at how good the chainsaw is in this too. I need to experiment more with the crossbow, because in the single player I was getting very inconsistent results with the crossbow. Flesh pounds look like a victim of a car crash with a neck brace, yeah. Yeah, all the zombies look very different from their other variants, except maybe the bloat. I think the bloat's maybe the closest looking. The Scrake is pretty similar too. I can't tell if I'm actually hitting him or not. I feel like my shots are just going through his head or something. That or the blood impact is just so small that I can't see it. There's a lot of flesh pounds. It's pretty intimidating how tall the flesh pound is, though. Oh god, he's flying. The attack's definitely easy to bait on the flesh pound too. I think the design of them later where they have like the charge and stuff like that, I think's really cool. Same with the Scrakes. That came in the 2.5 version, I believe. Whenever they start raging and like charging at you, you can't just like kite them around. Well, you can kite them as long as you don't shoot them, basically. There's something about the hitboxes or the blood on the flesh pounds is like weird. I feel like when I shoot them, I'm not actually damaging them a lot of the times. There's one point in the campaign where I managed to kill a flesh pound with 2 shots of the crossbow to the head, but I could never consistently do it. Yes, Patriarch was not until retail. He was going to be in the mod in a 2.5 patch. It was going to be like 2.5.1, I think. That would incorporate the also the update for the people that bought the HD version that he was working on, include the Patriarch as well. But he basically licensed Tripwire to then remake the game before that happened, basically. But I believe that there is a fan patch that includes the Patriarch update. I have not played that version. They're flying away. Like, this feels more like a beat 'em up than like survival horror right now. Doing like beat 'em up grouping. I'm getting all of the hit. Ah, it feels so good though. This really is Resident Evil Mercenaries. No, Patriarch was not a thing until much later. Yeah, the chains were the aggression controller. I feel like bloats also don't get hit stunned. Wonder if they're like... See, that's hitting him. Oh, that's hitting his head. It's like you have to shoot him at like certain angles or something. It's very strange. I don't think that's explosive. Group them up. It's interesting, bloats do not get hit stunned like entirely. They're kind of like flesh pounds in that regard. Hello. Thank you, Arias. It's definitely an easier map. It is so easy to like hide him around this level. I think Biotic's Lab's pretty good map. This is fun, but I think it's a little bit of an easy map. I don't feel a lot of tension because of how easy I can just kind of hide him around this level. So I gotta figure out this. See, that's hitting him. I don't fully understand the hitboxes on them. It seemed like it was working there at times. I have so much money. There must be a Doom chainsaw too. I think there's a bit of Doom in this game's DNA too. It's like chainsawing a Cacodemon or something, you know? But you can't chainsaw Baron of Hell because he has no hit stun chance. We also got a shotgun and a super shotgun. I don't know. I've always kind of felt like there's a little bit of doom in Killing Floor. And I think it's becoming more concrete now that I think about it. Chainsaw, super shotgun, hit stun. It's like chainsawing these guys is kind of like chainsawing cacodemons or like pinky demons. There we go. Look at my baseball bat chainsaw. The chainsaw model is so funny. I love it. Like, you know what it looks like? Look at the texture of it. It's like, it looks like an old like 2000s like gamer web page you would go to where it's like thekillingfloor.net where you download like all your custom maps and stuff or custom skins. That's what the text looks like on the chainsaw. That's the kind of vibe I get from it. Alright, West London. Now we're back to hearing music. We got some nice synthetic music. This song is in Final Killing Floor as well. Helicopters here too.
Everyone charge your weapons. They're coming.
Got the church there. Guess the helicopters will leave in this version. Yeah, it's one of the best maps in Killing Floor. Get punched out. I think that's a boom barrel there. There we go. Doesn't have an explosion effect, but that is damaging them. Yeah, that's what I love about this 1.0 version. Is like everything is just like everything's so gritty and gross in this version. It's amazing. Okay, can't jump over that. I'm about out of ammo, so I need to get moving so I can find some. Might get cornered here. Hopefully I can grab the bullets out of here. There we go. Alright, we're good. This bullpup sucks in this version. Look at that accuracy. I think the hitbox is being weird too. I'm like shooting like over his head. Yeah, like, look how grungy this is. It's so cool. Yeah, I do like the persistent blood. I think that's a cool feature in Killing Floor 2. And it might be partially why they went that route of like, let's like kind of make the maps a little more sterile looking so that you can make the map get like grungy as you play. I think in concept that's novel.
Everyone charge your weapons. They're coming.
Alright, let's do our sort of beat 'em up grouping. 3 in 1 hit. Let's go. Axe is so good in this. It's like, it's really crazy like how much is like here in this 1.0 version. It's still like present in like retail Killing Floor. It's like despite like being a UT 2004 mod that was made in, I don't know, probably just around like a year or so, like there's so much really good here. And I feel like it's still fun to play. like it's a little rough around the edges, but I really enjoy this. Yeah, it's the bus tunnel there, which is in the final version as well. There's the church, which I mentioned earlier. You weren't here for it. Now, when I play the campaign, you're in this part of town. You got the 28 Days Later, it ends this fucking night, like graffiti here. It's like straight from 28 Days Later. You got the church as well. In the movie, the first infected he encounters are in the church, which in the campaign, you don't encounter any zombies until you get here to the church. You got the L-85 also from 28 Days Later. With the absolutely atrocious accuracy. The shots are hitting the wall. Hello. There we go. I have to like crouch to pick those up. The bullpup's accuracy is just bad. Like, look at this. See how it's like some of my shots are like they're hitting like over there and up there and stuff.
Everyone charge your weapons. They're coming.
It's just a very inaccurate weapon. But you also spawn with the bullpup, so I guess it's supposed to be like the pistol, basically, kind of tier weapon. Yes, the entire radius is the crosshair, literally. Hit grouping. It feels so good to do this. Yeah, right. This is the weapon that all the disaster response force were using. This is why they all crumpled. I think I'm not able to reach. Give me the bullets. My collisions aren't big enough to get the bullets, I guess. Ugh. I think they're unattainable. It's fine. I can live without a few hundred bullpup bullets because of how weak it is anyway. It's crazy like how much of this like isn't that different from like the final West London. The basic layout of these maps still exists in the final versions. Let me grab those already. I might just sell the bullpup then. Oh, I got a lot of money too, anyway. Alright. Get rid of that. What have I not used? Is there any weapons I haven't used? I guess the crossbow. Crossbow's a power weapon. Alright, fill up. Let's get out of here before I get cornered. I get pincered here. Luckily they don't grab you, so I can keep moving. Oh, it didn't buy the crossbow. I think I forgot to hit complete. I didn't actually get any crossbow ammo. That sucks. I don't know where the other shop is on this map is. There has to be two though. There almost always is two. Imagine it'd be like on this corner of the map, maybe. Oh, yep. It's over here. Fill up, complete. Expo, what? Are you just won't buy any ammo for some reason. What if it takes a weight or something? Cornered. They're like glowing red eyes in the dark. Okay. For some reason it's not letting me buy crossbow bolts. Might be bugged. Yeah, see, clip doesn't let me. Fill up doesn't do anything. I think the crossbow's just bugged in this version, maybe? Auto ammo? So ammo. I think I remember that being a thing. I think there's like... Maybe people talk about that where the crossbow's like bugged in this version. It's unfortunate. Oh. Can't go wrong with the hunting shotgun. Oops. Or if you can buy the law in this version also. The law's in the single player, but I don't know if you can buy it in multiplayer. I didn't see it in the shop. And sometimes it doesn't reload. Weird bug. Very satisfying. Bring him over here. This feels like the oh, I didn't realize that's an explosive barrel. God damn it. This feels like the safer shop to be at. Because if you're in the police station, there's only like one way in and out. Doesn't let me fill up the hunting shotgun. I have to like buy these all like individually. Not sure why it's like that, but not too big of a deal. The hunting shotgun like obliterates the Scrakes also. I feel like hunting shotgun's probably the best weapon in this. If I was to pick one. There's like Doom Super Shotgun tier weapon. Sometimes one tap Scrakes. Yeah, packing one shot the Scrake is pretty huge. Right now it's let me fill up. Yeah, I just didn't have enough money to do that or something.
Another lot of them moving in. Everyone get ready.
Love the voice. The round starts pretty funny. If I hit like R right after shooting, I can kind of like make it always guarantee to shoot. It doesn't do a reload animation. But if you're seeing it do the reload animation, it's sometimes not actually shooting. So to guarantee it, I'm just mashing R between shots. Let's try you on Flesh Pound. 1, 2, 3. Three bursts. Took out a Flesh Pound. The support's one of my favorites in the official killing floor. I feel like not much different here. Hunting shotgun's really good. There's no shop here. Not sure where my weight's at. I know I can get some grenades. Grenades are also really good in this version of Killing Floor, it seems like. 15 weight. Yeah, I have room for... What can I buy? I have 5 slots. Buy a hand cannon? That'd be pretty decent, I feel like. These old 9mm. Oh yeah, there's a law. 15 weight. Wow, 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 wow. Carry like nothing with it, basically. There, I got the hand cannon. Got super shotgun. Fire axe, you're basically good to go. Yeah, for a real carnage, use the rocket launcher. You bastard. It's like I can't tell if my shots are ever hitting when I shoot flesh pounds. Yes, I don't think there's any, like... There's no, like, color correction going on here. This is just, like, all just texture, basically. They're colored the way they are just from, you know, just the artistic choice of the textures that they're using. I don't see any sort of, like, as far as I can tell, any, like, post-processing material or anything like that. I can usually tell if there is. Am I supposed to barrel? Yes, it is. That recoil on this thing. Not the, like, screen recoil, but the animation recoil. Hehe. Got him.
Everyone charge your weapon. They're coming.
Yeah, so he basically... I think he licensed it to Tripwire or something. I don't fully know what exactly. But he basically, yeah, got in contact with Tripwire. I think he wanted, like... I think he was looking for assistance about something, like, I don't know, engine-related or something with Killing Floor. I don't know all the details exactly, but I guess he talked to Tripwire because they had experience working in Unreal Engine 2.5, which is what Killing Floor was on, basically. Or Unreal Engine 2. Whatever UT 2004 is on is what it's on, basically. I think it's Unreal 2. But... when he talked to Tripwire, I think they basically expressed interest in actually, like remaking the game, or, like, rebuilding it, basically, from the ground up. And so I guess he like, licensed it to them, basically, as far as I know. That's my assumption. Usually it's the opposite, where, like, a publisher picks up an indie dev. Yeah, I think in this case he went to Tripwire. I don't think he ever expected like it to like like blow up as much as it did. Like what he was trying to do like before he even went to Tripwire is like he was trying to make like a HD remake of it. I think I mentioned that before, but he was wanting to just basically remake all the assets in HD, and he was wanting to sell it as like a almost like a donator thing where it's like, hey, donate money to me and then I'll give you the HD version basically as like a thank you basically for like supporting him. But yeah, ended up getting picked up by like a bigger development team. I think he assisted developing the retail versions of Killing Floor for a time. He did not work on anything beyond Killing Floor 2, I don't think. I'm pretty sure he did assist Killing Floor 2's development, but I don't think he was involved in 3 at all. And you know what sucks? Is that retail Killing Floor, the biggest crime is we don't have booby stalkers anymore, and we don't have dick and ball clots, because that's what we were going to get. If we got HD version of Killing Floor, we would have had booby stalkers and dick and ball clots. But they took that from us. Killing Floor got pretty censored for the retail version. It's so sad. Like, it feels like, am I even hitting the flesh pound? Okay, some of the shots look like they're hitting now. I feel like Killing Floor, flesh pounds have weird hitboxes. Certain weapons just don't seem to like interact with them. Yeah, from what I've seen in Killing Floor 3's Zed designs, I feel like they kind of blur together. They don't look particularly like scary or like cool, and I feel like a lot of them are kind of like either generic looking or just kind of like goofy looking to me. When I'd see gameplay of it, like I really struggled to tell like different Zeds apart. Too many visors, too many glowing bits on them, I feel like. That's kind of like a running motif with like the new Killing Floor is like glowing neon sci-fi lights like everywhere. And to me it's like, that's, I don't know, in my opinion that's just not Killing Floor. To me Killing Floor is not sci-fi. Killing Floor is it is gritty modern day like zombie horror basically. It is the Resident Evil 28 Days Later kind of grungy modern day horror. That to me, that's what the identity of Killing Floor is. I think shotgun ammo is pretty expensive here. Makes sense. Yeah. These are the I see where Killing Floor 2 got its inspiration for the dance emotes. It came from Unreal Tournament 2004. I was gonna say like, oh my god, it's loud. Alright, here's sewers. I think this is probably the weakest map in the game. It's pretty cool aesthetically, but I feel like the layout in like zombie spawns this map is kind of whack, though, unfortunately. It's funny because this is the first map I remember playing. Whenever I played Killing Floor 1, and I played it like multiplayer with other players, this is the first map I remember playing. So I have a little bit of a nostalgia for this map. But it's very easy to abuse the zombie spawns. Favor CC heavy class too much. I feel like they could make it work. Like they could just like, I don't know, change the layout of the map. The problem with this map in this version is if you're on this side of the map that I'm going to right now, the zombies like just straight up don't spawn over here basically. So to get the zombies to even spawn, you have to be on like, you have to be over on that side of the map. Got the cool fan also. It's like in the single player. Such a cool looking map though still. This medkit is not accessible also. I've never been able to grab it. Alright, let's shoot some zombies. Like they'll follow you to this side of the map, but they won't spawn if you're like, if they haven't spawned yet. They're in like hellish, like red hell sewers basically. It's cool. Oh, those aren't exploding. Okay. It's hard to tell which barrel is going to explode or not. I feel like that one might. Yeah, that one does. Yeah, that was a terrible mistake, because I can't grab this med kit. Let's go ahead and grab the Fire X, because you can't leave home without it, basically. There's also, the soundtrack had like movie quotes in it in the original versions of the songs. The retail version of Killing Floor songs by Synthetic have the movie quotes removed, unfortunately. Makes sense why they removed them for copyright legal reasons, but I feel like some of these songs like feel really like something's missing without them. I have the no explosion, barrel explosion, like no explosion effect on it. Yeah, so basically if I stay over here, the zombies just don't spawn, basically, if you're over here for some reason. The zombie deletion device. So you have to like walk over kind of to over here. You have to be careful because you can get pincered on their spawns too. Where are you at? There's some. The way they move is creepy. It's like a weird, like, roller skate movement, but they're very fast. Oh, the accuracy's so bad on this thing. Yeah, I can see like what you could do with this map, basically. I think the concept's there. I think it was just this map just has some like issues with spawning and whatnot. Maybe the layout a little bit. Imagine if you're playing a multiplayer too, there's going to be more players kind of walking around the map too and spawning zombies in more locations as well. So I feel like that would also probably alleviate a bit of the spawning issue too. It also feels very Silent Hill, like boiler room here. No smoking. We haven't won yet. I gotta go over here again to spawn probably. I want to save up for the law just to see how it works. I feel like this is probably not a great map to test a law on either, because of how cramped it is. There we are. Let's grab a assault vest. Axis 5. You could have a law and an axe, potentially. That'll probably be the combo to do. I'll save my money. I think the name of Zeds also did not become a thing until Killing Floor Retail. I believe they're referred to as specimens in the 2.0 on versions, and then Retail started calling them Zeds. Hey guns, how's it going? Don't want fists. No fire axe. All funneled in here. Motion blur. It's like the motion blur you would see like in a Resident Evil 4 cutscene or something whenever something fast is happening on screen. Like the original GameCube release. We have bullets to shoot this barrel. It didn't get here. I think we basically solved the combat of Killing Floor 1.0. This guy's stuck. Fortunately, his fists outreach my fists. Die. That is how bad fists are. Yeah, I'm all for unarmed. I like punching in games. I think unarmed is cool. How much is the law? 60. Wow. Oh, we have to buy it. Hell yeah. Costs 2 per wall rocket. That's all we need. It's axe and wall. I think the last zombie's just not spawning in because I'm on the side of the map where they struggle to spawn. This looks very like Silent Hill 3, kind of makes me think of like the subway from Silent Hill 3. Murderers. He was writing this blood graffiti also. It's like, are the zombies doing it? Was that one game, Xeno or Xeno something, the FPS Kung Fu game? I'm actually not familiar. What I am familiar with is Breakdown for the Xbox. I've been looking into kind of obscure, like Japanese exclusive, I don't know if to say obscure, but maybe lesser known Japanese exclusive Xbox games, Xbox 360 games. Had a bit of those, like Namco was doing some of those. Like there was Breakdown for the Xbox. There's some other ones. I remembered one randomly that got canceled for the Xbox 360 called Frame City Killer. The reason why I remembered it is because that game was shown at E3 2005, the same year that they showed 2 Human. And 2 Human was always a game that I remembered as being like the Silicon Knights game that got into like the legal trouble with Epic that ended up getting the company shut down. But my brain, Frame City Killer and 2 Human were like the same game in my mind because I saw them at the same E3 show. It's like I don't remember what 2 Human even looked like, I just remember the name. But I remembered what Frame City Killer looked like because it has this guy with these big, like, dumb, like, yellow sunglasses. And I just remember, like, that sunglasses guy for some reason. And so when I looked up, like, 2 Human, I'm like, no, this isn't the game I remember. So I'm like, what is the game I remember? So I just searched, like, Xbox 360 game, sunglasses guy, and then Frame City Killer came up. It's a pretty funny trailer. I would recommend watching it. But it's like, I feel like it would have been a... I don't know if it would have been a good game, but it would have been interesting, because it's like one of those, I like that era of, like, Japanese games from the 2000s where they're Japanese-coded games, but they're trying to do, like, Western kind of styled, like, settings or, like, gameplay styles, basically. And the law's pretty strong. Look at that. I'm gonna blow him up. The law's pretty sick. Xenoclash. I think I've heard of that. That name is familiar. Which game's cursed? Xenoclash? I've never played it or really seen anything of it, I don't think. I just know it by name. Die.
Everyone charge your weapons. I'm coming.
Like Dark Messiah of a Fist. That's pretty funny. A kicking simulator game.
Everyone charge your weapons. Get ready, they're coming.
Like this weapon's potentially very dangerous to kill yourself with also. Yeah, rip Arcane, like, Arcane's not dead, but they're basically dead. Unfortunately. I know, like, was it one of their studios shut down? Was it like their A studio or B studio that shut down? I assume it was the B studio. I know, like, the kind of founding key members there are also gone. This weapon's too fun to use. It's not cost efficient, but I don't care. Come on over here, you bastards. The Dark Messiah is fun. I wish we'd actually get like a melee fight that's like on par with Dark Messiah. Like Dark Messiah is a bit like, if you go back to it now, it's a bit jankier than like I remember it being. But it's still pretty fun to play. I feel like I want Dark Messiah to get like a true like successor that's like actually on par with it, but also like more polished and like really kind of dwells on like fixing the few issues the game had. The Law does not one-shot the Scrakes, it seems like. I think the hunting shotgun is like stronger than the Law potentially. Just firing an anti-tank weapon casually, like in a tight enclosed space. I kind of expect this weapon to be riskier to use than it is. Oh god, this is a bad spot to be. The Gorefast take forever to kill. The Wallach actually knocks you back, that's interesting. Yeah, it's kind of like the hunting shotgun from Killing Floor 2. Has like the pushback. That's kind of sick. That's kind of the Resident Evil design of when you're low health, you are more susceptible to dying by being low health in more ways than one. Not just that you're almost dead, but you also can barely move, basically. So being close to dead is extra bad, basically. Yeah, well, it gives yourself a double jump, basically. I love the hunting shotgun from Killing Floor 2 for that reason. I mean, I already like the double barrel. It's probably one of my favorites in Killing Floor in general, but it having the double jump as well as just like, oh my god, I accidentally hit cancel.
Everyone,
Waste my freaking money. It's weird. I almost feel like the recoil is activating before the rocket even like exits the barrel or something. Feels like I'm like kicking up and like firing higher than I want to, because the way the code is like shooting the rocket after processing the recoil or something like that. That's what it feels like to me. I feel like I have the same issue with like the shotgun in like retail Killing Floor, where I feel like the recoil is starting before the pellets are exiting the barrel. That's what it feels like. I think they're struggling to spawn again. Yeah, being almost dead makes you more likely to die. Very surprising.
Get out of here.
Become dead. Get my full health so I can move fast again. Hell yeah. Hey Proxy, how's it going?
everyone get ready.
I like holding this junction because they actually spawn here, and I have a bit of range as well to deal with them before they get to me. Yeah, like I feel like I was aiming low, like there, but my rocket actually fired and hit up there. I'm convinced that the recoil is activating like before the rocket exits the barrel. Just a bit awkward. Alright, hopefully no one spawns up here. Okay, we're good. Makes long range shots hard to hit. The flesh ones have the cool, like the spine kind of design to them still. Like there's like metallic spikes coming out of their spine. There's a little bit of like motif to the old and the new Flesh Pound as well. I don't think I ever noticed that. One wall rocket. Two wall rocket. Surely three would kill him. Same with the Fire X. One, two. Two hits the Fire X. It's gonna be risky to shoot him that close. Definitely a learning curve to this version of the mod. I don't think it's too difficult, I would say. At least this multiplayer part of it. The single player campaign gets kind of ridiculously difficult at times, where I feel like it's not super well balanced at times, but the multiplayer part is pretty manageable. You just have to kind of figure out which weapons work for what situation, basically. And yeah, your game does not pause when you're in the shop here. You don't get much time to buy. But once you get the muscle memory down, it's not that bad.
Everyone get ready.
I can beta spawn here. I think the medkit from this side. It's like, nah, I think it is unpick-upable. The melee, like especially the fire axe, is like super strong in this as well. The difference between vanilla Killing Floor and this mod, there's a lot. There's a lot of differences, and this is the 1.0 release of Killing Floor. There's also 2.0 for Killing Floor mod, and there's 2.5 for Killing Floor mod, and there's like a fan 2.5.2, I think, version, which I've never played before, because that came out like after the retail release, I'm pretty sure. But fundamentally, it's different in a lot of ways, like aesthetically, balance-wise, like tone, weapons, monsters. There's no perks in this version here. Maps are different. Yeah, big fan of the Law. I didn't expect to like this weapon that much. I know in Killing Floor Retail, the Law ended up kind of becoming a very strange weapon, like where its place is in the balance. The reason why it's so weird in Killing Floor 1 is that the Law in Retail is designed to be a support weapon. Because there was no Demolitionist perk originally, it was only Commando, Firebug, Sharpshooter, Medic, Berserker, and Support. There's 6 perks, I think. That's the original ones. There's no Demolitionist. But the Law was a weapon, and it was designed to be a support weapon. Oh, did my shot go through his head? I felt like it went through his head. There is splash damage. It's actually more than it looks. Enemies are just kind of tanky in this. But yeah, the Law was really heavy, so basically it would take up all of your slots. I think it was like, if you equip the Law, you literally have no weight to carry anything else in the game. I think 15 blocks was what it was in Killing Floor 1. So I think the Law was literally like a 14 slot weapon. You'd have no room for anything else. And the way it worked also is that support weapons you would gain damage from, I think it was considered like shrapnel or buckshot or something like that. Like there's some mechanic where I just shot like through his armpit. What the hell is that? All support weapons would have like these little like shards that would kind of shoot out, like little buckshot like shrapnels or whatever, including the Law. The shotguns would shoot like the little shrapnels, and it was actually the main projectile from the shotguns. They're gonna be dead. And then like when the Law would detonate, you would see like shrapnel go flying like around from it. And so I think the predominant damage of the Law was like, I think it would have a impact damage. There'd be a blast damage, I think, from like the explosion, and then there'd also be that shrapnel. There'd be a ton of the shrapnel would like kind of shoot out, which I think the grenades work the same way. Grenades would also gain that like fragmentation, like shrapnel damage or whatever too. So support would like benefit from frag grenades as well as like the Law. And then later they added the Demolitionist class, who I think he would also benefit from the Law, but the only damage bonus he would gain was from the blast damage of it, like the explosion of it. He would not gain any bonus damage from the shrapnel, and the support would gain the damage from the shrapnel. So it's like both perks would benefit from the Law, but I think it was designed to be a support weapon first and foremost, instead of a Demolitionist weapon. And also the fact that it was so fucking heavy made it where the Demolitionist, if he had the Law, it was the only weapon he could carry, basically. Whereas the support had a little bit of leeway. He could get a Law and also like carry like, I don't know, like a pistol or something, like dual pistols, or maybe a hand cannon or something like that. Something a little bit light he could carry along with it, because the support would gain an additional, I think, five blocks. So you could actually carry like a backup weapon as well as the Law on the support. But people didn't play support to use the Law. People play support to use like shotguns, basically. So it kind of just fell into this weird place where Demolitionists didn't want to use the Law and supports didn't want to use the Law, basically. I think there was a little bit of usage with the Law originally where people would it's loud. People might have used it like right at launch Killing Floor 1 because it was the most expensive and most powerful weapon in the game, and there's no Demolitionists in the game. And Flesh Pounds were hard to kill. Flesh Pounds were, I think, from what I remember, I don't know if they ever nerfed the Flesh Pounds actually, but we didn't have like giga strong weapons in the game, like the rotary grenade launcher for the Demolitionist, and like some of the like giga bolt actions and stuff that Sharpshooter got, Scar, AA-12, stuff like that. So I think that there's like a point where it's like there actually was like an application for the Law, and it was like right around like launch Killing Floor, because it was like the strongest weapon in the game, aside maybe the crossbow for like the Sharpshooter, basically. It was the kill Flesh Pounds with this weapon, basically. Yeah, this pipe bomb spam, play a revolver. Yeah, like we didn't have Demolitions. There's no pipe bombs in the game. I remember when they added pipe bomb. It was so stupid. It was like you could just like get like 15 pipe bombs and just stack them all up like in a corner, and then the Patriarch would just walk into them and just fucking explode, basically, and you just win the game, basically. Alright, this is a little bit hairy because this map's really claustrophobic, and I don't have any ammo. So I can make some space. I might have to reset this one. Whoop. Can I get through here? Oh god, they spawned. That second group didn't spawn. I might have been able to get in over there. I think there might be something in here. Okay, not what I wanted, but make it work. Okay. Not enough for a vest. That's fine. Oh my god, I accidentally hit cancel. It's like the cancel button's so close to complete. It's so dumb. It eats your money and doesn't give you the item. There's definitely a bit of weird little oversight in design things in this version of Killing Floor, but you know, it's a 1.0. It's not the last version this game got. There's a medkit here. You notice that? Holy shit. Can't believe I survived that. Yeah, there's a little bit of like physics stuff in this, which is kind of cool. Okay, it's a shop here. I have enough of the assault vest already. Cool. Topped up on health. You definitely don't want to. You don't want to get caught in any of these offices in this map. There's also a map that is in Retail Killing Floor 1. Here too, some ammo. It's like you need to know like the ammo locations, definitely for like wave 1. There's the Jim Morrison picture there. I'm getting pinceried. Grenade would be nice. We have Pepsi machines here. That's just like Magneto stabbed me. Yeah, this place looks like it sucks to work at. Much like Killing Floor Retail, armor will save your life in this also. Build death trap, but there's actually a lot of little like crevices you can kind of like slip through. It's not the worst place to be. But I'm not really finding a ton of great spots in this. That's what I'm trying to figure. I'm moving around trying to find like what is like the spot of this map. I can't really figure it out yet. Test chamber. So long as you have a fire axe, any spot is really the spot in the map in this. Maybe this junction might not be too bad. out of armor, which I don't like. That sound hitting the wall. Wall impact is so funny. It's crazy how tanky the Gorefasts are in this version. Yeah, there's luckily no clot grabbing in this version. I think it would be... This would be so hard if this had clot grabbing, I think. Trying to see the bullet sponge where you can like pop their head and retail. Yeah. I think it's because I can't really tell if their head hitboxes are just like really hard to hit, or if it's like they just have a fuck ton of health, or if weapons just don't do that much damage to heads, or what exactly is about them. But yeah, definitely enemies are quite a bit spongier. Just more 28 days later. Text there. And check the top floor also. I feel like this might be good. I get sidetracked easily, but yeah, I can't fully tell what it is about them that makes them feel like spongier in this version. I feel like it's a multitude of things. I think the weapons in general are like weaker, and I think the enemies are just harder to like hit their heads, and or their head hitbox don't do that much more damage, basically. The shotgun doesn't feel like it has a nice kind of like penetration that like the retail version has also. Like you're only hitting like one target, which is why doing this melee like grouping kind of thing, this is like the fastest way to kill stuff. Like melee's so strong in Killing Floor 1.0. There's like no location. Yeah, like it feels like headshots either don't do anything or are just really hard to hit, or it's very subtle what they're doing. Feels like hitting like center mass with the shotgun's better than like trying to aim at the head too. Pathfinding kind of fucks up around here, it seems like. Oh, I can actually loop around this here too. That's useful. And some differences that you might witness in retail version are things that are also like addressed in like the 2.0 or the 2.5 version too. So there's a lot of differences between this and like the later iterations of the mod. What we're playing here is still this is the first pass of Killing Floor basically. Time to buy, unfortunately. Rooftop's not the worst place, I don't feel like. Regular shotgun's not... This weapon's not bad. It's definitely better than the bullpup, I would say. Its problem is the reload downtime. It's very, like, single target as well. Like it's a good, like, you can kind of like animation cancel, switch to, like, melee back to the shotgun. Do a quick little shot in. I kind of like that. You can also do that with, like, the hunting shotgun as well, too, and I feel like it's more effective than the hunting shotgun. To this explosive canister. Nice. Here. Doesn't really feel like any of the ranged weapons have like a hit stun. Seems like it's only on melee. I guess the ultimate hit stun is just killing them. Yeah, I don't think there's any range hit stun. Hey, Faultier. Yeah, we're just about it. Actually, we're getting near exhausting the content of KFMOD1.0. I technically didn't beat the campaign, but I feel like I can't. I feel like I don't know. I don't have the patience to try to fight that final boss again after going to that last level. It's kind of a pain in the ass. I've not really used that much of. The wall's definitely like freaking really good. I feel like just hunting shotgun's just where it's at, man. Alright. You can kind of do the like cancel, like melee and hunting shotgun. It's actually on the regular shotgun. It's not too bad too, honestly. The lighter weapon, it's a little bit of a tighter spread too. Yeah, you fight Lieutenant Masterson at the end because he's like the Wesker of the game basically. But he just hit scans, like shoots you, and he never runs out of bullets. He just like spamming the bull pump at you. It feels like your hitbox is so huge. He's like shooting you like around the corners, basically. It's really dumb. And if you die, it's like, all right, do the entire level over again, where you have to like run to like a doorway on like a timer between like 2 flesh pounds, and like I was stuck on that part for like a good like 30 minutes, basically just getting through that. Because if you're also too low of health, it's like makes it hard to like get through it too, because you move slow. It's kind of just a slog to like replay it. The vibes are definitely there though in the single player. It's really cool atmospherically. Get some grenades. One tap. That's so good. Scrake one tap. We have a grenade. Got a flesh pound coming. Might run up here. Hunting shotgun is just the way to go, man. just too good in this. Hunting shotgun axe, that's the meta. I might accidentally hit that barrel and blow myself up. I should have left that one zombie alive. Go on. Got a little bit of time.
Another lot of them moving in. Everyone get ready.
There we go. We're good. Surprised he didn't die from that. It's like layout of offices here. It's like, again, very close to the retail version of offices, just a little bit smaller, doesn't have the downstairs area. Not significantly different. Killing floor isn't going good. Like I said, basically, I played the multiplayer enough to where I basically kind of solved the gameplay of it, I would say. It's a little bit of a curve to it, but it's actually not that hard. I'll leave this zombie alive. Kill this guy. Die. Fill up, get some ammo. Alright. But please you that I've convinced you of this being a definitive experience of the series. Or weren't overselling. Yeah, it's this is like my first impression of Killing Floor. So in my mind, it's like this is like Killing Floor, like kind of in its purest form, basically, where it's rough around the edges, but it's like it feels like the most like I don't even know how to say it. Basically, it's just it's Killing Floor like without any compromises, basically. In terms of its like aesthetic and vibe and like the horror and stuff like that. It's all here, basically. It's like the roots of the gameplay are here, and it definitely gets more refined and polished later. Like, I feel like this is probably my favorite version in terms of the vibes of it, I would say. I do think that the later versions get better gameplay-wise, but this is pretty damn fun. It's definitely simpler, but I do find it's very fun to play. Yeah, this feels like it's the vertical slice of Killing Floor. It's like the proof of concept, basically. You won. I got the shotgun and the axe. And it loops back the biotic slab. Nope, that's it. That is, we have played all of Killing Floor 1, basically. He just loops back the biotic slab. There's 5 levels, beat them all. I think the best maps are definitely, I would say Biotic Lab, London, and Offices are probably my favorite ones in this. I think Manor is a little bit rough around the edges. I think later iterations are better of it. Sewers is okay as well, actually, now that I like played a bit more, but it's definitely very easy to abuse that map, basically. I really like this L85 model also. Cool bottle. Just unfortunate that this this iteration of the bullpup just sucks. I can't stop playing it. it's too much fun. It's like, I love the atmosphere, love the music. The zombies are cool. Gameplay's simple and fun to play. So generally, I feel like this is a very good, like, first iteration, especially in the amount of time he made this, and it was like a one-man project and stuff. Very ambitious. To me, this is a, one of those things where, like, I feel like it's a very, like, inspirational kind of project, basically. And I feel like that, as, like, a game dev, and I feel like people that want to get into game dev, I feel like kind of studying, like, this, basically, or just kind of seeing what, you know, what one guy basically accomplished in, like, a fairly, like, short amount of time, basically. I feel like is a, you know, kind of, to me, like an inspirational story, basically. This guy can do it, then you can too, basically. It's awesome. There it is, Killing Floor 1.0. Oh, my throat's getting sore because I've been talking so much. That is the first pass, 2005, August 31st. We are near the 20-year anniversary of this release. Killing Floor is 20 years old, basically. All heck breaks loose. Full descriptions. That's cool. Learn the ropes. Surprised there's no, like, passive-aggressive comment for trying to exit the game. Like in Doom, like, huh, you think MS-DOS is better than me? Congrats on beating the game. Quote-unquote beating the game. See, Riotous Retro. He went off to go play Killing Floor by himself, I assume. When do I stream more of this? Ask a good question. When should I? I gotta set up 2.0 next. Yeah, KFMOD 2.0. That's gonna be the next stream. I gotta do some setup for it. And that might require a bit of troubleshooting too. I don't feel like it'll be as difficult to set up as this one, if I was to guess. Oh, here's your message. You can run, but they'll find you before dawn. Hehe. Turn the music back on. Yeah, I'll make an announcement for the next stream. I'm not sure when I'm gonna do it, because I wanna get some work done over this weekend probably. I probably won't stream tomorrow. So if I do stream Killing Floor 2.0, I'm gonna guess it's probably gonna be next week on my regular scheduled time. Damn, I've been going for 5 hours. This is a long stream today. All right. Well, that will be the next stream. It'll be the next iteration of Killing Floor 2.0. All right. Let's raid someone. Where is Riot? There he is. He's playing Dark Souls. Can't believe he's not playing Killing Floor. All right, let's raid him. Good night. Thank you all for coming. This is a fun stream. We will see you all next time. Peace.